Material buyer Wang Ming called Lei Zhao an hour later. Mr. Lei, hello, I am Wang Ming. Do you have time now? Hello, Wang Ming. I just finished the meeting and just finished reading the report document you sent me. Mr. Lei, what do you think? The project department still needs your support. The situation is so special. What opinions can I have? Of course, I support the work of the project department and agree to the terms negotiated between the project department and the steel structure owner Xianfang. It's just that this contract requires such a high advance payment, which was very common in the company in the past. It's rare to see it. I guess it will be quite difficult to get approval. Then what should I do? Mr. Lei, please help me. Let's see, this matter needs to be moved forward step by step. I'll print it out, sign it, and send it to Hua 100 Flowers in 30 minutes for approval. Let's study the project and see who will give it. Mr. Hua 100 Years Hua will call and report first, so that I won't get scolded. Okay, thank you Mr. Lei for your guidance. I will report to the leader of the project department immediately. Bye. Bye-bye. After the material buyer Wang Ming finished the phone call with Lei Zhao, he quickly came to Zhao Manfu's office. Report to Zhang Yongqinghui, Mr. Zhang, I just had a phone call with Lei Zhao, the material manager of the business department. He agreed with the steel structure report document submitted by the project department. He suggested that the project department arrange people to spend time with the commerce minister of the business department. The centenary flower manager called to report the matter clearly, and he promised to send the signed report document to the flower manager for review in half an hour. What he meant was that he hoped that our project department could communicate well in advance, because this advance payment is not common. Yes, he doesn't want to be scolded while helping the project department solve difficulties. Zhang Yunqing looked at the project manager Zhou Wencheng and the vice president of production Zhao Manfu. Seeing that they had no intention of expressing their opinions, he said to the material buyer, okay, I understand. I will come to Mr. Hua to report these situations. You keep in touch with Lei Zhao at any time and let me know if there are any new developments. The material purchaser replied okay, then exited the office and returned to his own office to wait for Lei Zhao's reply. Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone and found Hua Baibai's phone number and dialed it. After ringing for a long time, the call was finally connected. Hello, Mr. Hua. Are you free now? You have time, Yunqing, tell me. During this period, the project department received several written requests from the construction party to rush work. Every time a regular production meeting was held, the construction side emphasized the necessity of rushing work. This is a task that must be completed, and no delay is allowed. If any unit does not obey the rhythm of rushing work, the construction unit has emphasized that they have the right to arrange for a new team to come in for construction. If such an extreme situation occurs, our construction unit will also face huge financial liability. Well, I understand. In order to meet the construction party's rush for work requirements, the project department had many effective communications with the construction side, held many meetings to study and discuss deployment, and formed 2 reports on rush for work. One is a report on emergency work on steel structures that I sent to you offline on QQ an hour ago. The other is the report on application for overtime pay of 1.5 million that I sent to Hua Renjia flower worker. Yunqing. I understand the steel structure report document clearly. Although giving an advance payment will have some impact on the company's funds, it is necessary to ensure that the work rush arrangement is realized. I have no objection here. When Lei Zhao brings the report document later, I will sign it. Your project department will arrange for someone to oversee the signing and approval procedures of this report. Thank you, Mr. Hua, for your support. We arranged for the material purchaser Wang Ming to keep an eye on the progress of this report. What about the other report on application for overtime pay of 1.5 million yuan? Mr. Hua, what do you think? I am also reading the overtime pay report, and I feel that there are still some issues that are not very clear. For example, when preparing the 1.5 million yuan, the project department will need to manage it, how to pay it, whether it can be paid back, etc. Your project department will study it later. Next, I'll take a closer look. We'll have a phone call later. Okay, Mr. Hua, our project department will study these issues immediately. After Zhang Yunqing finished the phone call with Hua Baikan, he asked the questions raised by Hua Baikan. Project manager Zhou Wencheng said angrily, "What are the problems with these? After our project research, the data in the report is just a calculated data. It may be more or less when it actually happens. In addition, I don't know how the company's finances arrange the expenses required for emergency work. Shouldn't the people in the business department sort out these situations clearly and then tell the project department what to do? The time is so urgent now, and one day is up. It's late, just talk about these useless things, is it interesting?" Zhang Yunqing smiled awkwardly and said, "What Mr. Zhou said makes sense, but Mr. Hua is the leader after all. We also need to pay attention to what he said and study it carefully. Maybe the company really has not formed a as for rules, unlike something written down like a capital plan, it requires many people with the right to speak to discuss it together and come up with a mutually agreed upon opinion." Zhao Manfu stretched out his fat hand and pressed it downwards, and said slowly, "Mr. Zhou, calm down, anger will hurt your body, don't do it. I think Yunqing's analysis is reasonable. How about we ask Mr. Hua give me an opinion on the problem, and we will discuss later who will call Mr. Hua to reply." Seeing this situation, Zhang Yunqing put forward his own idea and said, "Two leaders, when will the 1.5 million overtime pay be required? We estimate that it will be completed in 3 months, so we plan to apply for 500,000 emergency work every month. Fee. Take a look, what do you think?" Zhou Wenqing nodded and said, "Agree." Zhao Manfu said, "Agree." Zhang Yunqing continued, "To manage the 1.5 million overtime pay, the production and business personnel of the project department will jointly confirm the number of people and the amount incurred on site every day, and form a written signature document, and then Finance Tang Ying will distribute the cash on site. The person receiving the money must sign and pledge when receiving the money. We take some photos and videos of these processes for record keeping, and write down the written information and send them to the company's financial department for record keeping." Zhou Wencheng and Zhao Manfu both agreed. Zhao Manfu asked, "Can the other party claim back the cost of the work? How to reply?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "Let me answer this question. The construction party we are facing now is quite reasonable. During the meeting, they made it clear that if they ask us to rush for work, they will definitely increase costs. So after we cooperated with the work rush arrangement and completed the rush work according to their time requirements, they agreed to bear the cost of the rush work." Zhao Manfu asked, "It's fine if you agree to pay for the rush work. But have you said how to pay it?" Zhou Wenchengdo replied, "Because the construction party is afraid that the construction party will not complete the rush work, so all they can do is study how to do it all day long. They are very disgusted with asking for more money. They require that the visa documents be obtained during the usual rush for work. After the completion of the rush work, the qualified construction units will review and calculate the cost and issue the visa documents uniformly to make up for our rush to work. Economic losses." Zhao Manfu nodded to express his satisfaction and asked again, "Mr. Zhou, you have made it clear enough. Between you and Yunqing, who will call Mr. Hua to report his opinions?" Zhou Wenqing rolled his eyes and said, "Mr. Hua is a bit slow at work, and I don't really want to talk to him. It's better for Mr. Zhang to call him. When it's really a situation that only I know clearly, as far as I'm concerned, it's best not to let me talk to him. It's easy to choke, which is not conducive to effective communication." Zhang Yunqing replied readily, "Yes, I'll make the call. I'll make the speakerphone." Mr. Hua's first opinion is that you can hear clearly in a timely manner to avoid deviations in the transmission, and at the same time, you can respond to his questions in a timely manner. New question. Seeing that neither of them objected, Zhang Yunqing took out his phone and called Hua bye-bye on speakerphone. After the call was connected, he said, "Mr. Hua, is your time convenient now?" "It's convenient, Yunqing, please tell me." "Okay, Mr. Hua. Let me report to you. The project department has discussed and studied the issues you raised. Now I am calling you on a hands-free basis with the project manager, Mr. Zhou, and the vice president of production, Mr. Zhao. There's no need to make it so grand. Hello, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhao. Flowers are always nice. Hello, Mr. Hua, we have studied your suggestions and now we have arranged for Yunqing to give you a detailed report. If there is anything he really cannot explain clearly, Mr. Zhou and I can supplement it. Do you think that's okay?" "Okay, Mr. Zhao, you can make arrangements." "Yunqing, tell me what's going on." "Okay. Mr. Hua. Regarding the overtime pay of 1.5 million yuan, the project department considered that it should be spread equally to each month, so that only 500,000 yuan in cash can be applied for each month. Mr. Hua, do you think it's okay?" "Okay, agreed. Let's continue." "Thank you, Mr. Hua. For the management and payment of overtime pay, the production and business personnel of the project department will jointly confirm the number of people and the amount incurred on site every day, and form a written signature document. Then Finance Tangying will distribute cash on site, and each person who receives the money will receive the money. The process must be signed and stamped. We take some photos and videos of these processes for record keeping, and write down the written materials and send them to the company's financial account for record keeping. Mr. Hua, do you think it's okay?" "Okay, agreed. As for the increased cost of work fees, we are facing the question of whether we can get it back. The opinion of the project department is, the construction party we are facing now is quite reasonable. They made it clear during the meeting that they know requiring us to rush work will definitely increase costs. Therefore, after we cooperated with the rush work arrangements and completed the rush work according to their time requirements, they agreed to bear the cost of the rush work. At the same time, they also emphasized that after the rush work was completed the builder will not sign it before. The risk this brings to the company is too great. Isn't there a supervision unit for this project? Can I ask the supervisory unit to sign and seal it first? It was originally mentioned, but neither the construction unit nor the supervision unit agreed. Then does the project department have a more reliable solution? The project department is considering asking the supervisor and construction party to initial a document there first, and then convert it into a complete written visa negotiation document if the requirements are met. I think this opinion of the project department is feasible. You must strive to maximize the company's interests and ensure the smooth realization of the company's interests. I have signed this overtime pay report. But it still needs to be done in advance by Mr. Zhao and Mr. Song, the president of the business unit. Make a phone call and report clearly, lest this report be called back by Mr. Song's secretary. Don't worry, Mr. Hua, after I finish communicating with you on the phone, I will call Boss Song to report the situation. Mr. Hua, there is another report document about the steel structure. I have communicated with the material manager Lei Zhao and he has agreed. The biggest problem is that because the time requirement is very urgent, the supplier requires the company to pay in advance. The company gave support and agreed to include the price in the contract according to the price reviewed by the company, which required him to sign the contract when he entered the site a week later. Boss Xian Fong, Steel Structure Fong, this is a unit that has been cooperating with the company for many years. This project is very urgent, so I will give you some advance payment. I agree. I saw the documents Lei Zhao sent for approval. I will sign immediately. Please ask Mr. Zhao to report this matter directly to Mr. Song for instructions. Okay, thank you Mr. Hua for your guidance. I will report these two things clearly when I call Boss Song later. Mr. Hua, do you have any instructions? No, that's it. If there's anything urgent, please call me in time. Okay, Mr. Hua, goodbye. After Hua Bye hung up the phone, Zhao Manfu said to Zhou Wencheng, Mr. Zhou, look at it, I told you not to worry, am I right? Mr. Hua really can't see that he will be in these report documents. He means to embarrass the project department, but on the contrary, it can be seen that he is quite reasonable. In the future, you should try to change your approach to the boss and see more of his strengths. Zhou Wencheng replied softly, I know. Zhao Manfu said, don't be cunning, I won't argue with you. I still need to call Mr. Song to report on the work. Zhao Manfu picked up the phone and dialed Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit, and said, Mr. Song, I have two urgent matters that I need to report to you. I wonder if your time is convenient now. Manfu, I'm going to have a very important meeting here soon. Since it's an emergency, just tell me what you need me to do, right? Mr. Song, you need to agree to the project department's application for 1.5 million in cash overtime pay during the rush period, which will be equal to 500,000 per month for 3 consecutive months. Agree. The steel structure needs to be started in a week. You need to agree to the company's old steel structure team, Boss Fong Xianfang, to be our construction team. At the same time, he requires an advance payment of 40% of the contract amount, and the company and him need to be informed before starting the construction. The construction subcontract was signed and sealed. Agreed, Manfu, please ask Hua Bai to immediately arrange for someone to send the report documents that need to be signed to my office for signing and approval. Okay, thank you Mr. Song for your support of the project department. After Song Ziyuan hung up the phone, Zhao Manfu immediately called Hua Bai and said, Mr. Hua, thank you for your advice. Mr. Song was anxious to go to the meeting and only listened to my brief report on the phone. The project department just reported to you. Mr. Song agreed with the main contents of the two report documents. He asked you to arrange for someone to send the report documents that need to be signed and approved immediately to his office for signature. Hua Baiyin readily agreed on the other end of the phone, there is no one else around now. I will send the report documents to General Song's office immediately. Zhao Manfu responded gratefully, thank you, Mr. Hua, for causing you trouble. After Hua Bai hung up the call from Zhao Manfu, he picked up the two emergency report documents from the Nanshan project department and quickly came to the office of Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit. Hua Bai handed the two report documents to Song Ziyuan and asked for instructions, Mr. Song, these are two emergency work documents from the Nanshan project department. Please review and approve them. Song Ziyuan took the document and said, I just received a call from Vice President of Production Zhao Manfu. He briefly explained the situation. I know both of these things and agree to them. As long as his project department can put forward conditions, the judgment is right. If the project department arranges the construction work in a favorable manner, our business department level can quickly agree. I signed the letter immediately, and there is an urgent meeting waiting. Song Ziyuan spent 2 or 3 minutes quickly browsing the two report documents, and then signed his name at the end of the two report documents. Hua Bai took the report document handed over by Song Ziyuan after his signature and replied, thank you, Mr. Song, for your instructions, and thank you, Mr. Song, for your support of the project work. Song Ziyuan replied, no thanks, the business department's support for the project department is also support for the business department's own work. Otherwise, the project department will make things a mess. In the end, the company will be harmed, and the business department will definitely be criticized. Hua Bai replied, remember. Song Ziyuan quickly walked out of his office and went to the meeting. Hua Bai returned to his office and called Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials, to make arrangements. Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, has signed and approved the emergency report on the steel structure. You can scan and send a copy of the fully signed report. Give projects a backup and have them follow through. Lei Zhao picked up the report document and returned to his workstation. He put the original report document on a small scanner, scanned it to form a picture file, and then sent the document to Wang Ming, the Material Procurement Officer of the Nanshan Project Department, using QQ. Wang Ming replied "OK" to Lei Hu on QQ, and then typed a few words and sent it. I will immediately report the approval opinions of the business department to the relevant leaders of the project department. Wang Ming came to Zhang Yinqing's office and handed over the steel structure emergency work report document signed by Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, and said, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Song has already signed and agreed." This was just passed by Lei Zhao, the material manager of the business unit. Document. After Zhang Yinqing took the document, he looked at the arrangement and said, "Okay, I understand. You should report this matter to the project manager Zhou Wenqing. At the same time, inform the boss of the steel structure supplier Fang Xianfang about the good news. Let him he safely arranged the work of entering the site to rush for work." Wang Ming took the order and left. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office with the report document and handed it over. After Zhao Manfu took the document and looked at it, he sighed. It seems that as long as the company leaders pay attention to it and understand it, the response at the company's business department level is still very fast. Mr. Song from the business department still has great support for the project department. By the way, this steel structure the matter has been resolved. You must arrange corresponding rush work at the next and on-site sites. There is also a report on rush work and overtime pay that must be followed up. I reported it to the president of the business unit, Mr. Song, on the phone. Here, President Song clearly expressed his agreement at that time. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. Mr. Zhao. I will follow you." Kyoto Flower Centenary Office. Sitting across from him was Hua Renjia. Hua Baibai asked Hua Renjia, "What's going on with this 1.5 million emergency overtime pay application report from the Nanshan Project Department? When did the project department send it to you?" Hua Renjia laughed and said, "It's ridiculous at first glance. A new employee dares to ask the company for money so boldly, and it's in cash, or 1.5 million. Isn't this a joke?" Hua Baibai asked again. His report was signed by Vice President of Production Zhao Manfu. "Have you seen it?" Hua Renjie replied, "As you can see, Mr. Zhao has just joined the company not long ago, so he may not have understood the company's rules." Hua Baibai asked angrily, "Tell me, what are the company's rules?" Hua Renjie replied with a smile, "I can't tell you the specific rules, but I have never seen anyone ask the company for money in such a long time. What their project department did is a bit ridiculous." Hua Baibai asked, "Do you think the project department did something ridiculous?" "Yes, quite ridiculous." "Then do you think General Manager Song, the president of the business unit, will agree to their application for overtime wages?" "Normally, for such a prominent incident, I probably wouldn't agree." "You also said that you should not agree, not that you definitely won't agree, right?" "Right. How many days have you been holding this matter in your hands?" "Just 2 or 3 days. Now the project department is in the rush for work, and their work arrangement time is measured in hours. All relevant documents, reports, and information related to the project department's rush for work must be processed as quickly as possible. When I went to the business unit president to sign the work rush report document today, I was talking about how the business unit president told me to support the work of the project department. Supporting the project department also means supporting the business department. I thought about it carefully and realized that I had not made any mistakes during this period. Now I know that you actually left such emergency work to the project department for several days, which makes me shudder when I think about it. Go back and reflect carefully, and you will not be allowed to make such subjective mistakes again in the future. Leave major issues to leaders for decision-making, and do not take inappropriate actions without authorization." "Okay, I will reflect on it." This is a 1.5 million overtime salary report document that you think Mr. Song would not sign. Not to mention that Mr. Song disagreed. Just after I received the report call from the project department, my intuition told me that I had to agree immediately. Money is the most effective weapon in arranging work arrangements. There is no one. You should immediately scan the report document that we all signed and agreed to and send it to Zhang Yunqing of the project department, and inform them to arrange the relevant rush work immediately. Hua Renjia depressedly took the overtime pay report approval document handed over by Hua Baibai, returned to his workstation, scanned the document with a scanner, and sent it to Zhang Yunqing offline on QQ. Hua Renjia left a message to Zhang Yunqing on QQ. Mr. Hua arranged for the project department to quickly organize the work rush, and must meet the construction time requirements set by the construction party. Zhang Yunqing quickly replied to the QQ message, received, please tell Mr. Hua that the project department has made full plans and implementation arrangements for personnel, teams, machinery, materials and other elements of the rush to work. We are waiting for the company's approval. As long as we rush to the job, as long as the matching policies and funds are in place, there will be no problem in rushing for jobs. Zhang Yunqing printed out the overtime pay approval document sent by Hua Renjia and took a copy to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhang Yunqing handed the approval document to Zhao Manfu and reported, the company has given a written reply to the report on overtime pay for rush work, and Mr. Hua has signed and approved the opinions of full communication with the project department at the end of the report document. After Zhao Manfu quickly read the approval from the leaders, he handed the document to Zhou Wencheng, who was sitting across from the desk and said, Mr. Zhou, you see, the business department's support for our Nanshan project department is quite great. We need the team to give it to the team. If you want money, give money. The rest is up to you to perform. After Zhou Wencheng took the document and looked at it carefully, he sat up straight and made a serious promise to Zhao Manfu, please rest assured, leaders, and promise to complete the rush construction task. Zhao Manfu asked again, your work rush arrangements have been made, is there no problem? Zhou Wencheng said, it has been arranged before. I will go and sort it out with the brothers in the project department to check for any leaks and fill them up. Zhou Wencheng said to Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, let's go to the conference room of the project department. Zhou Wencheng informed in the QQ group of the project department, all managers of the project department will meet in the conference room of the project department in half an hour to study the deployment of work rush arrangements. Please reply after receiving it. Due to the urgent time, please see colleagues inform each other and pass it on to their colleagues around them. Everyone's response speed was pretty good. Within 1 minute, the management staff responded in the group. Half an hour later, Zhou Wenqing saw that everyone was here, so he said to everyone, thanks to everyone for the rush to arrange work during this period. Let me tell you 2 pieces of good news first. One is that the company agreed to the contract document with a 40% advance payment requirement negotiated between the steel structure team and the project department. The other is that the company agreed to the application report document submitted by the project department for overtime pay for rush work. Therefore, the company still attaches great importance to our project department. At the same time, the company also put forward strict requirements for the project department. The project department is required to meet the construction deadline plan proposed by the construction party. In order to ensure that the work is carried out smoothly, we will ask the production manager Su Kun to preside over the meeting and clarify the specific arrangements for the work. If you have any questions, please ask them. Do not hide them and affect the smooth progress of the project. Everything revolves around the construction party's rush for work requirements, and our project department's reasonable response is the standard. After Zhou Wenqing finished speaking, he raised his hand to greet production manager Su Kun. Su Kun glanced at everyone and said, "Thank you to the company leaders for supporting the project department's work. At the same time, I would also like to thank the brothers and sisters in the project department for their long-term selfless dedication. However, the revolutionary work of seizing workers has not yet been successful, and comrades still need to continue their efforts. The construction time requirements given to us by the construction company are clearly stated in the documents sent to us. Are there any colleagues who don't know about this time requirement? Everyone replied, no. Su Kun continued to speak with satisfaction, as long as it's clear. After the meeting, before 2400 hours tonight, all professional engineers are asked to prepare a construction progress plan with a horizontal bar chart that is accurate to 3 days, and send me the electronic file first. I will in overall planning, if there are conflicts between various majors, I will coordinate everyone to make reasonable adjustments. Do you have any questions about this arrangement? Everyone replied, no problem. Su Kun continued the arrangement. Now, each professional engineer is asked to briefly describe the key matters within his or her scope. As long as it affects the rush for work, it is not just about work, materials, and machines. Everyone has thought of it, or has seen the problem. Any signs can be brought up for discussion, and everyone can work together to help find ways to effectively solve the practical problems. Please ask Wan Song, our garden construction engineer who has a heavy task of rushing to work, to talk about it. After hearing Su Kun's arrangements, Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, promptly said, in terms of rush work arrangements for the garden construction project, it turned out that Laobian's team could only complete part of the rush work tasks. This was made clear after repeated communication. He can't add people and machinery in time to rush for work. He has agreed to set aside part of the construction area within the scope of his original contract. Su Kun said to Wan Song, have you discussed which part to draw specifically? Landscape engineer Wan Song replied, it's been discussed. His current construction strength cannot take care of the landscaping and paving work from the scattered water around Building 1 to the green belt area, and the project department needs to arrange a new garden construction team. Enter the construction site. Su Kun asked, well, how big is that area? Nearly 20,000 square meters. Is the site ready for construction? The general contractor's exterior scaffolding has not yet been dismantled, and it is not yet ready for construction. Did the general contractor say how long it will take to dismantle the exterior scaffolding? The general contractor said verbally that the exterior scaffolding can be dismantled in 10 days, but I think the actual situation may be a bit uncertain. Then what are you going to do? I plan to carry out the construction area 3 meters beyond the outer edge of the exterior scaffolding after the newly introduced garden construction team enters the site. This is a feasible consideration, but we need to be prepared for what we should do if their exterior scaffolding cannot be dismantled in time. What are the specific construction contents that require urgent work in this area? There are the pre-embedding of water and electricity pipelines, the laying of gravel on the cushion level, the pouring of base concrete, and the paving of surface materials. The wall masonry, plastering, and pasting of surface materials in the flower pond. The base treatment of steps, the laying of stone for steps, etc. How are the materials prepared? The graded gravel and concrete are prepared by the new team. If he is unable to find a suitable supplier due to time constraints, I can coordinate with the original garden construction team to share resources and provide appropriate assistance. Have the surface paving materials arrived? The surface paving materials still need to be inventoried. Some of them have arrived, and some have not yet arrived. Well, let's focus on checking to see if there are any materials. We haven't mentioned the procurement plan yet. Okay. After the meeting, I will find time to review the material plan. How many people do we need in this area? When I make the construction plan and arrangement in the evening, I will carefully calculate the types of employees and the corresponding number of people, and provide it together with the plan and arrangement, okay? Okay. Wan Song, have you finished telling your story? That's it. Okay, let me ask the hydropower engineer Lu Ligua to talk about the situation. Manager Su, the current installation manpower for water and electricity is enough, and there is no need to add more manpower. But some of our materials, some pre-embedded pipelines are not available yet. For example, Pre-embedded steel pipes for roads have not been purchased for a long time after the plan was proposed. Now it is done every day this material is needed. Wang Ming of Material Procurement explained what went wrong with the supply of crossing steel pipe materials and how to solve it. Okay, Manager Su. This steel pipe material is a cash transaction. It is difficult to realize cash transactions in the company. Basically, payment is based on progress after the contract is signed. So the bidding document and the bid price approval of the bidding document have been submitted to the company. It's been half a month, and it still hasn't been approved. And even if it is approved, which steel manufacturer will give us a bid for such a small amount of steel? I have been worried about this steel pipe supply issue for a long time, and I still haven't received it. Good solution. Well, how to solve the problem of pre-buried steel pipes currently needed by the water and electricity labor team. At present, the water and electricity labor force first asked me to purchase steel pipes for them, but the process problem has not been solved, so I cannot provide steel pipes. In fact, the labor force has to buy as much as it needs and use it. This is a stupid way to solve the problem. Does the company allow this? It's allowed, as long as the supplier agrees to the purchase price approved by the materials department. Okay, Wang Ming, for this matter of pre-embedded steel pipes, just tell the company and the labor team that there will be no bidding, and we will adopt the route of subcontracting in purchasing at a determined price. After the meeting, we will call to confirm. If both parties agree, then we will implement it. We must not affect the rush schedule of the project just because the embedded pipe is not available. Okay, I will contact you after the meeting to handle this matter. I have finished my questions. Please tell us about your greening arrangements, Greening Engineer Chui Yong. Manager Su, my greening arrangement mainly involves cross-construction issues. Can you explain more clearly what the specific problems are? Yes, there are still some relatively large seedlings that have not been planted in the greening. Before the big trees are planted, it is best not to construct the roadbed project in the corresponding area, otherwise the heavy trucks transporting the seedlings will be crushed when they arrive. The construction party will consider such damage to be an issue with unreasonable process arrangements, and there will be no reasonable reason for the construction party to pay the bill. And there is no need for us to bear such huge losses. That's okay. You and Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, need to have full communication on site and pay attention to the impact of these cross-construction projects. How long will it take for your big tree to be planted? If the weather is normal and construction is possible, it will take another 10 calendar days to complete the planting of the big trees. Okay. Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, when you were arranging the construction schedule, you allowed 10 days of free time for the planting of green trees. Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, replied, okay, no problem. Su Kun asked the material purchasing Wang Ming, what is the current situation of your material supply? Wang Ming of Material Procurement replied, as for material procurement, the most important thing now is to clean up the quantity of the material list that has arrived at the site and the planned quantity of material procurement. Look at the difference between the two quantities and study the logic between them. Relationship. At the same time, the production engineer also needs to study clearly whether the purchase quantity planned according to the drawing has been fully raised, because the production and processing of materials has a certain cycle. It is impossible to order it today and arrive tomorrow, so some preparations need to be made in advance. Work. Su Kun looked at several professional engineers and said, listen, you engineers must seize the time to review this opinion made by the material purchasing Wang Ming. Several engineers agreed, okay, don't worry. Su Kun looked at the seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie and said, is there any problem with your seedling supply now? Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie replied, as for the purchase of seedlings, it has been raining heavily these days, so De Qiao has no way to transport them out, and we need to wait for some time. Su Kun asked, if there is a little rain, the goods will not be shipped. Is the supply still too fragile? Can you think of ways to speed up the progress? You should keep in close contact with the greening engineers and garden construction engineers, especially pay attention to the impact on the construction schedule. Regarding the supply of seedlings for key lines, even if we spend a little more money, we cannot delay the construction schedule. Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie replied, "Okay, no problem, please rest assured, Manager Su." Su Kun then asked Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, "Are there any problems with the seedling purchase?" Yu Xingjie, the nursery stock purchaser, said, "There is still a small problem. The demand for work during this period is progressing very quickly. Our nursery stock purchase now has two parts of costs, one is the nursery price of the nursery, and the other is the shipping cost of the nursery. This is the nursery price. According to the contract, the price is to pay 70% of the output value completed last month this month. This payment ratio is currently insufficient, which somewhat affects the progress of the supply of seedlings. Freight for seedlings often occurs when the seedlings arrive at the site, but the finance side cannot pay the seedlings in time. The issue of shipping costs. Those transport vehicles will not allow seedlings to be unloaded until they receive the freight. In some cases, they cannot unload the trucks for 2 or 3 days. Seedlings are living plants. If the seedlings cannot be successfully planted into the soil within 48 hours after they are raised, the survival rate of the seedlings will be seriously affected. What I want to ask is, can this problem of seedling shipping be solved? Zhou Wenqing asked Project Finance Tang Yingdao, "What's going on with the situation that Yu Xingjie mentioned about the seedling procurement? Why can't the company even guarantee the freight now?" Project Finance Tang Ying replied, "Our seedling freight is included in the seedling freight of the project department's reserve fund. The usual freight reserve amount is only 20,000 yuan. Now sometimes more than 10 cars of seedlings come in a day, and the day's freight it's not even enough. You have to wait until the money is spent before you can apply to the company again. Sometimes the freight limit for the month exceeds the company's capital plan limit. In this case, if you need the money, you basically won't get it." Zhou Wenqing asked angrily, "Don't talk about useless things. Isn't it a rush for work now? Can the reserve amount for freight be increased?" Project Finance Tang Ying replied, "The company manages cash usage very tightly. I will call and ask after the meeting." Zhou Wenqing said, "Farewell to the meeting. This is urgent. We don't know the situation yet. The meeting has been going on for a long time. Everyone needs to take a 20-minute break. The meeting will resume in 20 minutes. Tang Ying, please call the company's financial officer now. Communicate and see how we can solve the current problem of a serious shortage of reserve funds for nursery stock freight." Project Finance Tang Ying replied, "Okay." Project Material Tang Ying took out her phone and found Tang Yulan, the financial contact person of the 5th Division of Western Construction Company, Limited in the address book. After dialing, she asked, "Sister Tang, now the project department has something urgent to ask. Come on, do you have time?" Tang Yulan's voice came from the phone, "You have already said that it is a more urgent matter, so let's deal with your more urgent problem first." "Okay." The Nanshan Project Department is now a project department that is rushing for work. In the discussion meeting of the project department just now, Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, raised a question, saying that it is because our project department has too little reserve fund for the seedling freight. As a result, the freight for seedlings cannot be paid in time, and some unreasonable drivers refuse to unload the truck without receiving the freight. This situation now affects the progress of the project and seriously affects the survival of the seedlings. For the project department, this situation is intolerable. Just now at the meeting, the project manager Zhou Wenqing asked me to call the company immediately and ask if there is a way to solve it. Tang Yulan replied, "How much is the reserve amount of your project department's current seedling freight?" The project department's reserve amount for seedling freight is now 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan is indeed a little less. Then what should we do? Is there any way to increase this amount? It should be possible to add more, but I'm just a financial contact person. I don't have this authority. Why don't you call Ma Jing, the deputy financial manager? See if he can do anything. Okay, thank you Sister Tang, bye. Project Finance Tang Ying found the phone number of Deputy Finance Manager Ma Jing and explained to her on the phone for a long time. Ma Jing's reply was that she couldn't make the decision, so she asked Deputy Finance Director Xue Xue to call her. Project Finance Tang Ying found the phone number of Deputy Financial Director Xue Xue, dialed the number and asked, Mr. Xue, hello. The Nanshan Project Department has an urgent problem now and needs your guidance. What problem are you talking about? The Nanshan Project Department is currently working on an emergency project. Since the original project's reserve amount for seedling freight is only 20,000, it is seriously unable to meet the project department's requirements for purchasing seedlings and paying for seedling freight. Sometimes the seedlings are left to wait in the car for several days. It seriously affected the arrangement of rush work progress and the survival rate of seedlings. Therefore, the project manager Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, asked me to contact the company to find a solution. Before I called you, I had already called Tang Yulan and Ma Jing respectively. Both of them said that they did not have the authority to solve this problem and suggested that I call you and ask for instructions to see if the problem can be solved. How does the project department want to solve it? The project department probably wants to increase the amount of 20,000 yuan for the nursery stock. Improve it, by how much? Has the project department studied it clearly? And does the project department have a planned funding limit? The project department has not told me how much to increase. The planned funding limit has almost been exhausted. Well, for this matter, you can go back and ask the project department to calculate how much reserve fund the project department needs to use for seedling freight in a month when the seedling freight is at its peak, and then make a report to adjust the capital plan amount and increase the reserve fund for seedling freight. After the report is approved by the relevant leaders of the company, the reserve fund for seedling transportation can be increased. Okay, thank you Mr. Xue for your guidance. You're welcome. Do you have any other questions? There is none left. Okay, if you are in a hurry, the reported matter will be reviewed and approved as quickly as possible. Okay, I will report it clearly to President Zhou later and initiate the approval as quickly as possible. After Project Finance Tang Ying finished her phone call, she saw everyone returning to the conference room and sitting down. After everyone calmed down, Zhou Wenqing asked Project Finance Tang Ying, Tang Ying, you can introduce the situation after your communication with the company's finance to everyone at the meeting. Project Finance Tang Ying stood up and reported, Mr. Zhou, I just called the 3 leaders of finance. The instructions I received are that if our project department is an emergency project, we need to make a report to the company for instructions. There is an issue of increasing the amount of reserve funds for nursery stock freight and the amount of nursery stock freight in the capital plan. After hearing this, Zhou Wenqing made arrangements. Yuxingjie, the seedling purchaser, is your chance of survival. Did you write this report? Seedling purchaser Yuxingjie replied with embarrassment, Mr. Zhou, please forgive me. I don't know a lot of Chinese characters. I can't write documents and make reports. But I can guarantee that as long as you give me enough with the nursery stock freight, I can definitely guarantee that the nursery stock will meet our supply requirements for this emergency rush. After hearing this, Zhou Wenqing thought, then you, Tang Ying, are managing this expense. Are you here to type up the report documents? Tang Ying, the project finance officer, also responded in a difficult manner, Mr. Zhou, I only know how to collect and pay money. How do I know how to make a report? Besides, in addition to money matters, there are also fund plans that need to adjust the reserve amount. I don't know how to deal with it. Zhou Wenqing thought for a while and then said to Zhang Yunqing, it seems that this report is only for you to make. Zhang Yunqing replied, I have no problem making this report, but this issue is still quite complicated. I suggest that everyone discuss it clearly at the meeting. After the meeting, Yuxingjie, the seedling purchaser, and Tang Ying, the project financer, can work with me to make a report. Reporting documents that meet all requirements. Zhou Wenqing asked, okay, please tell me what issues need to be discussed. Zhang Yunqing replied, for example, what is the maximum amount of seedling shipping we need every month? Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie said, the amount of seedling freight required every month, according to the current work rush arrangement requirements, I have calculated that it will cost at least 500,000 yuan per month. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, the freight situation is clear. Does our sporadic purchase quota also need to be adjusted? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, our spare amount for sporadic material procurement is currently only 30,000 yuan. According to the rush arrangement requirements of our project department, I estimate that it will require 200,000 yuan. Zhou Wenqing arranged, after the meeting, Mr. Zhang, you will work with the materials, seedlings, and finance to draft this report document for me and Mr. Zhao to review. We must submit this report document to the company for approval today. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Zhou Wenqing arranged for Su Kun again, what's left is more detailed production arrangements. Do you think it's Mr. Zhang from the business department, materials? Can seedlings, finance and others go and type the report documents first? Su Kun agreed, it can be arranged this way. There are indeed some parts of the process that require their cooperation, and then let the engineers find them for point-to-point docking. Zhou Wenqing said to Zhang Yunqing again, okay, Mr. Zhang, take the three of them and go to your office immediately to type in the report document for the reserve amount. According to Zhou Wenqing's arrangement, Zhang Yunqing took several people back to his office to draft report documents. The main meaning of Zhang Yunqing's reserve fund report is: the Nanshan project is currently in a rush period, and the reserve amount needs to be adjusted to the amount during the rush period. Among them, the reserve amount for sporadic materials is 200,000 yuan, the reserve amount for nursery stock freight is 500,000 yuan. After Zhang Yunqing printed out the drafted report on application for adjustment of the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project, he asked Wang Ming, the material purchaser, Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, and Tang Ying, the project financer, to review it together. After nearly half an hour of repeated revisions and improvements, it was finally formed. A report document unanimously agreed upon by 4 persons. Zhang Yunqing printed a paper document, report on application for adjustment of reserve fund amount for Nanshan project, and came to Zhou Wenqing's office. After Zhou Wenqing received the report document, he carefully reviewed it and made a small amount of modifications and adjustments. Zhang Yunqing returned to his office and completed Zhou Wenqing's revisions and adjustments into the report on application for adjustment of the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project document. After reprinting a copy, he went to Zhou Wenqing's office again. After reading it, Zhou Wenqing said he had no objection. So the two of them went to Zhao Manfu's office together. Zhao Manfu asked, what's the matter? Zhou Wenqing handed the report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan project's reserve fund quota to Zhao Manfu and said, Mr. Zhao, I found out during today's meeting that the project department's reserve fund quota is still the normal project quota. Now we need to apply to the company. Adjust it to the reserve amount for emergency projects, otherwise the procurement of materials and seedlings cannot be guaranteed. This is the report document after our discussion, please review it. Zhao Manfu asked, you have a quota of 200,000 yuan for materials, 500,000 yuan for seedlings, and 500,000 yuan for overtime work per month. In this case, the project department's cash needs to be at least 1.2 million yuan per month, not counting living expenses, entertainment expenses, vehicle usage fees, etc. The amount of cash used is too much. Zhou Wenqing replied, Mr. Zhao, the quota for materials is 200,000 yuan, and the quota for seedlings is 500,000 yuan. It is an estimated value based on our work rush arrangement. Let's declare it like this first. I don't know how the company approves it. Zhao Manfu said, well, it seems that's the only way. You have to be prepared to explain clearly at any time. Zhou Wenqing said, then what do you think of this signature? Zhao Manfu said, arrange for everyone related to the project department to sign. Zhou Wenqing replied, the people directly related to the project department include material purchaser Wang Ming, seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie, project financer Tang Ying, project business manager Zhang Yunqing, and the project manager myself, a total of 5 people. Will they all come to sign? Zhao Manfu said, project finance Tang Ying did not play a decision-making or normal quota recommendation role in this process. Her job position is special. She is not allowed to sign on the project department's report for the time being. The other 4 people are arranged to sign. Zhou Wenqing said, okay, I'll call them and ask them to come here to sign. Zhou Wenqing dialed Wang Ming's phone number for material procurement and arranged, you and Yu Xingjie, the sapling purchaser, come to General Zhao's office immediately and sign the report on application for adjustment of the reserve fund amount for the Nanshan project. Material procurement Wang Ming promised on the phone, okay. We'll be there right away. A few minutes later, Wang Ming, the material purchaser, and Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, came to Zhao Manfu's office together. Zhou Wenqing handed the report document to Wang Ming and said to Wang Ming and Yu Xingjie, this report document was reviewed by Mr. Zhao just now. Now we will sign it and submit it to the company. You two sign it first. Wang Ming and Yu Xingjie replied, I want it. Wang Ming and Yu Xingjie handed their name signatures to Zhang Yunqing. After Zhang Yunqing took the report document, he signed his name. Zhou Wenqing took the report document handed over by Zhang Yunqing and signed his name. Then asked Zhao Manfu to sign. After Zhao Manfu signed his name in a flash, he handed the document to Zhang Yunqing and arranged, this matter is quite urgent. You should send it to the company for approval immediately. After Zhang Yunqing took the report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan project reserve fund amount that everyone had signed, he returned to the office and scanned it. Zhang Yunqing sent a scanned copy of the signed version of the report on application for adjustment of the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project to Su Dequai, the head of the business department's funds, on QQ. Since it was an urgent matter, Zhang Yunqing quickly called Su Dequai, hello, Mr. Su, is it convenient to talk now? Su Dequai responded on the phone, conveniently, Mr. Zhang, I haven't heard your voice for a long time. When will you return to Kyoto? The project department is scrambling for work right now, and there is no budget clerk. Now, I have to do the work corresponding to several people's positions, and I am very busy. I won't be able to go back to Kyoto for a while. After you left Kyoto, I lived a little lonely here. How could it be? We have so many beauties and handsome men in the commerce department, why haven't we found any better friends? Everyone is very busy at work and there is little time for communication, so it is difficult to develop a friendship. In addition, some mutual misunderstandings inevitably occur at work, and it is really difficult to integrate. You won't be able to do it for much longer, right? There's something wrong with your state. You guessed it, I probably won't be able to do it for too long. I feel like this situation is a bit uncomfortable for me. You'd better work with peace of mind. I'm working in the project department now, and there are many things I need your help with. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will help anyone I can. Well, okay. Thank you. I just sent you a signed scanned copy of the report on application to adjust the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project, on QQ. I need you to print it out and report it to the Centenary Flower General Manager. Okay, after making the call, I'll go find Mr. Hua. After Su Dequai finished talking to Zhang Yunqing on the phone, he printed out the signed scanned version of the report on application to adjust the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project he received, and took the paper document to Hua Baibai's office. Su Dequai reported to Hua Centenary Hui, Mr. Hua, this is the report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan project reserve fund amount sent back by the Nanshan project department. Please review and approve it. After receiving the document, Hua Bai read the project department's declaration requirements and said to Su Dequai, the company's financial situation is quite tight during this period, and it cannot afford such a large quota. I agree here, materials will be purchased sporadically during the rush for work. The reserve fund is 150,000 yuan per month, the reserve fund for seedling freight is 450,000 yuan. After I approve it, you go to Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, for approval. Then you need to find several leaders in charge of our business department from finance. Approval. Su Dequai took over the report on application to adjust the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project, document signed and approved by Hua Bai and replied, "Okay. I will go and ask the president of the business unit, Mr. Song, for approval now." Su Dequai quickly came to the door of Song Ziyuan's office, the president of the business unit, and knocked gently on the door with the report on the application for adjustment of the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project, that he had signed and approved for 100 years. "I just heard the voice coming from the office, please come in." Su Dequai gently pushed the door open and reported to the president of the business unit, "Mr. Song, the Nanshan project department has a report on application to adjust the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project, which is urgent. Mr. Hua has signed and approved the opinion. Your approval is required." Song Ziyuan said gently, "Okay, show me." After Song Ziyuan took the document and browsed it quickly, he put a check mark on the approval of Hua 100 years, and then wrote, "I agree with the quota of Hua 100 years, please ask the project department to do everything possible to overcome all difficulties. Ensure that the project can be completed smoothly. Song Ziyuan." Su Dequai took the report on application to adjust the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project, document signed and approved by Song Ziyuan, and said respectfully to Song Ziyuan, "Thank you, Mr. Song, for signing it. I will go to the finance leaders to sign it now." Song Ziyuan responded politely, "You're welcome, Xiao Su. This document is very important for the project department's work to rush for work. If you have any difficulties during the communication with the financial leaders, you can call me in time. Telephone." After hearing this, Su Dequai replied seriously, "I know, thank you Mr. Song for your support, I'll go out first." Song Ziyuan answered the phone with one hand and waved to Su Dequai to go to the financial leaders for approval. Su Dequai came to the finance department with the report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan project's reserve fund amount signed by Song Ziyuan for approval. Su Dequai first found the financial contact person Tang Yulan and said, "Sister Tang, the Nanshan project department has an urgent report to adjust the reserve amount, which requires the approval of the leaders of the finance department." He handed the report document to Tang Yulan. Tang Yulan took the document and read the content of the report and the approval opinions of Hua Bai and Song Ziyuan and replied, "Gong Su, this is a major event. For the finance department, it attaches great importance to the amount of the reserve fund of the project department, such as you can't agree to give a large amount of reserve funds unless necessary, and didn't the Nanshan project department just approve overtime pay for rush jobs?" Su Dequai replied, "I also know about this matter. When I signed the approval from Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, Mr. Song specifically emphasized to me that this emergency report is very important to the project department. Without the support of cash reserves, it would be difficult for the project department to complete the work of rushing to work. In addition, the project department has clearly explained in the report that if the amount of reserve funds for seedling transportation is not increased, it will cause difficulty in unloading some seedlings and even increase the mortality rate of seedlings. If the amount of the reserve fund for sporadic material procurement is not increased, it will seriously affect the project department's procurement of emergency materials and seriously affect the project department's schedule for rushing work. When my colleagues in the project department sent me documents for approval from the leaders, they also repeatedly emphasized the need for financial support from the company. If necessary, the vice president of production in charge of the project could call the leader of the finance department to report this matter. At the same time, Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, also emphasized that if there are difficulties in communicating with the leaders of the finance department about the signing and approval of this report, you can call Mr. Song directly and ask him to coordinate. Therefore, please ask Sister Tang to communicate and report to the leaders of the finance department. What should we do with this report? Tang Yulan said, I understand what you mean. Let me take you to find Ma Jing, the deputy manager of finance. When he arrived at Ma Jing's workstation, Su Dequai explained to Ma Jing the reason why he needed the report on application for adjustment of the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project document. After hearing this, Ma Jing said, I can only express no objection to this matter, but I can't make the decision. In this case, Sister Tang, take Su Gong to go to Xue Xue, the deputy director of finance, and ask for her opinion. Tang Yulan nodded and took the report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan project reserve fund amount document returned by Ma Jing, and took Su Dequai to the workstation of deputy financial director Xue Xue. This time, Tang Yulan helped Su Dequai explain the reason for the matter. After reading the report document, Deputy Financial Director Xue Xue said to Tang Yulan and Su Dequai, I understand the difficulty of the project department in rushing for work, but this project department plus the amount of reserve funds applied for this time are really too much. I have worked in the company for so many years, and I have rarely seen such a huge amount of reserve funds approved for a project department. Su Dequai said, in that case, Mr. Xue, what do you think should be done with his report document? Xue Xue closed her eyes slightly, thought for a while and said, well, you guys wait for me here, and I'll go ask Mr. Feng, the person in charge of the financial center, for instructions on how to handle it. Su Dequai said to Xue Xue gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Xue. Xue Xue came to the office of Feng Shirlan, the head of the financial center, and handed the report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan project's reserve fund amount to Feng Shirlan and reported later, Mr. Feng, hello. This Nanshan project has applied for a large amount of work. In the case of overtime pay, now there is this report about increasing the reserve amount. If we look at the amount data they applied for and approved by the business department, it exceeds the largest reserve amount I have ever experienced. I have no confidence in my heart, whether the project department can manage such a large amount of cash, and whether there will be any unforeseen problems. So I would like to ask Mr. Feng for his opinion. Feng Shirlan asked the question directly, then what amount do you think should be approved? Xue Xuehui reported, it is recommended to approve an emergency reserve amount of 10 plus 30, totaling 400,000 yuan. Feng Shirlan agreed, yes, it makes sense, I agree. Xue Xuehui reported, okay, Mr. Feng, then I will arrange for the financial staff in front to sign and bring the report documents to you for approval. After Xue Xue came out of Feng Shirlan's office, she returned to her workstation. Su Dequai asked for instructions carefully, Mr. Xue, what did Mr. Feng give you? Xue Xue replied unhappily, as soon as I reported the matter, Mr. Feng criticized me, saying that I was too good a person and should not have agreed to such a high amount of reserve funds. Su Dequai looked a little embarrassed and replied, I'm sorry, this report has caused trouble for you, Mr. Xue. Xue Xue softened her expression a little and replied, there is no need to cause trouble. This is also my job. Please explain it to the project department later. Just say that the company has its own difficulties, and the project department should also try its best to think of them. Ways to manage these emergency funds approved by the company. In the Reserve Fund Limit Adjustment Report for this project application, the finance side can only agree to a limit of 100,000 plus 300,000, a total of 400,000. Sister Tang starts from you to sign and approve one by one, and you help to finish with this procedure. Xiao Su doesn't have to go through the financial leadership's procedures one by one. Xiao Su, just wait for Sister Tang at her desk. Su Dequai agreed, okay. Then he walked to Tang Yulan's workstation to wait. Tang Yulan took the report document, found a place at the end to sign that the finance department agreed with the reserve amount of 100,000 plus 300,000, totaling 400,000, and signed her name. Then he took the documents to the deputy financial manager Ma Jing and explained and reported the opinions of Feng Shilan, the head of the financial center. After listening to the report, deputy financial manager Ma Jing signed her name readily. Tang Yulan brought the document to Xue Xue's workstation and reported, "This report document needs your signature." Xue Xue quickly signed his name at the end and handed it to Tang Yulan. Tang Yulan took the document and came to the office of Feng Shilan, the head of the financial center, and asked for instructions. "Mr. Feng, this Nanshan Project's report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan Project's reserve fund amount needs your signature and approval." After Feng Shilan took the document, she carefully looked at the opinions signed by leaders at all levels. After confirming that it was correct, she was about to sign and asked with a frown, "Sister Tang, I can't find the person who should sign this report. Where is the place?" Tang Yulan came over and took a look. It was true that the bottom of the document was already filled with the opinions and names of the leaders. There was really no way to find the place for signatures at the bottom of the document. Tang Yulan's face looked a little ugly for a moment, and she asked awkwardly, "Sorry, Mr. Feng, look, what should we do?" After thinking for a while, Feng Shilan found a place to sign her name and approval opinions at the top of the report document, then handed the report document to Tang Yulan and said, "Forget it today, you have to give a friendly reminder to help the project department run orders. People, ask them to suggest that the project department leave as much blank space as possible at the end of future report documents through typesetting, so that leaders who will issue approval later can find the place to sign." Tang Yulan's expression finally slowly softened after listening to Feng Shilan's arrangement, and she sincerely replied, "Okay, thank you Mr. Feng for your understanding and guidance. I will convey the leaders' opinions seriously." Tang Yulan returned to her workstation with the report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan Project Reserve Fund amount, approved by Feng Shilan, and handed the document to Su Dequai, the head of the business department's funds. And promptly explained, "Gong Su, look, when Mr. Feng was signing, the end of the report document was already filled with the signatures and names of the leaders, and there was no place for signatures. In a relatively helpless situation, next, I had no choice but to find the top of the report document for approval. Could you please tell the project department that future report documents should be formatted as much as possible so that there is more blank space at the bottom of the report document for convenience the leaders behind will sign and approve." Su Dequai looked at the signed and approved report on application to adjust the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project document handed over by Tang Yulan. It was indeed as Tang Yulan said, and he immediately replied, "I understand, I will definitely forward your suggestion to you. Arrive at the project department and ask colleagues in the project department to pay special attention to this matter when printing report documents in the future. Thanks to Sister Tang for helping with the signing and approval procedures, I will pass the documents to the project department." After the communication between Su Dequai and Tang Yulan was completed, he quickly returned to his workstation in the business department, scanned the signed and approved report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan Project Reserve Fund amount, and then sent it to the project on QQ Zhang Yunqing from the department, Hua Bai from the business department and Song Ziyuan, the president. After Su Dequai passed the document, he called Zhang Yunqing and said, "Mr. Zhang, the report on the application for adjustment of the Nanshan Project's reserve fund amount has been approved by the leaders. Their opinions on the amount of approval are detailed in the report." According to the document, the final financial opinion was to approve the emergency work reserve fund amount of 10 plus 30, a total of 400,000. Zhang Yunqing responded on the phone, "Okay, thank you Su Gong. Gong Zhang, I have another question. In the future, the project department will have to convey it to relevant colleagues who will make reports. What's the problem, Su Gong? You tell me, I'm listening." Look, for this report, Mr. Feng, the head of the financial center, was at the end of the report document. He couldn't find any blank space for approval, so he was forced to sign at the top of the document. This would make some people leaders feel embarrassed and sometimes even refuse to sign at all, which causes our process to go through repeated signing and approval processes, wasting time and possibly delaying the work of the project department. I understand, Su Gong. After all, the number of leaders who need to sign each report document changes and is not fixed. Have the leaders given any suggestions or opinions to solve this problem? Yes. The finance leader reminded me that I must convey it to the project department. So I called you specifically to explain this matter clearly. The leader's suggestion is that when the project department prepares report documents in the future, during typesetting, enough blank space should be reserved at the bottom of the report document based on the number of leaders who may sign, so that subsequent leaders can make the report easier. At the bottom of the document you can find the location of the paper space where you can sign for approval. This suggestion from the leaders is quite down to earth. I wrote it down in my notebook. I will forward this suggestion to every colleague in our area who may report or sign the report document. As you said, I still have to report it to Mr. Hua. It seems that I have to inform colleagues in the business department who may report it. Goodbye. After Su Dequai hung up the phone, he came to Hua Baibai's office. Su Dequihui reported, Mr. Hua, something happened when the financial leaders were signing and approving the report on application for adjustment of the Nanshan Project Reserve Fund amount today. After Hua Baibai heard Su Dequai's report, he asked in confusion, what will happen if you sign the report? Su Dequai felt that there was something wrong with this communication. After thinking for a while, he slowly replied, when the financial leaders signed, the blank space left at the end of the report document was not enough, so in the end, the head of the financial center phone I can only find another top part of the document to sign and approve. After Hua Baibai heard about the situation, he looked at the scanned copy of the approval that Su Dequai uploaded to him on QQ, and then said to Su Dequai, I understand what you said, because every time the approval is the situation is different, and this degree is indeed difficult to grasp. Mr. Hua, the finance leader also gave me a suggestion. What suggestions do you have? Please make it clear. The financial leader suggested that the personnel of the project department should be notified to prepare the report document in the future, and that the bottom of the report document should be typed and leave enough blank space according to the situation of the leaders who may approve it, so that it can be convenient for subsequent leaders. Let's sign and approve. I think the financial advice is good. Let's do this. You should inform the personnel of the Nanshan Project Department first and be sure to pay attention to this matter in the future. Mr. Hua, I have notified Mr. Zhang, the business manager of the Nanshan Project Department. Okay. Then, instead of having a funding group, in your QQ group, each project department of the business department has personnel in it. You compile a notification message about this matter, and then send it to the group to ensure that all project department personnel have received this notification message. Su Dequai replied, okay, I understand. Then I will compile this information. After Su Dequai came out of Hua Baibai's office, he returned to his workstation. According to Hua Baibai's instructions, he compiled a notification message and sent it to the capital group of the business department, and asked the recipient to reply and confirm. It was relatively smooth. Within 10 minutes after the notification was sent out, everyone in the project department responded with confirmation messages such as received and understood in the group. Zhang Yunqing printed out the signed and approved report on application to adjust the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project document, took it to Zhao Manfu's office, handed it to Zhao Manfu and said, Mr. Zhao, when the financial leader finally signed the approval, the approved reserve fund the total amount is 400,000. Zhao Manfu said, 40 is 40. The company has been having difficulty with funds during this period. Have you given this document to the project manager Zhou Wen? Zhang Yunqing replied, not yet. I want to review and reduce such a large amount, so I will report it to you first. If there are no comments, I will send a scanned copy of the approval document to Project Finance Tang Ying and Material Procurement Wang Ming, Seedling Procurement from Yuxingjie, Project Manager Zhou Wencheng. Zhao Manfu replied, everyone should understand each other. I have no objection to this approval. Send the document to Wang Ming, Yuxingjie, and Zhou Wenqing. If anyone has any dissatisfaction, let them know as soon as possible. Come and communicate with me. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Then I will send the documents to them. Unexpectedly, after receiving the document, these people all responded with an OK symbol on QQ and did not express any different opinions. Zhang Yunqing thought in his heart, it seems that this matter has come to an end. Just as he was about to rest for a while, Project Finance Tang Ying came to the office and asked Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, I received the report on application for adjustment of the reserve fund amount of the Nanshan project from you and signed the approval document. The company agreed to transfer the amount of reserve funds has been adjusted from regular projects to rush projects. They came to me just now for purchasing materials and seedlings, asking me if I had money. They would need the money tomorrow. One estimated it would be 20,000, and the other estimated it would be 30,000. Zhang Yunqing reluctantly pulled himself together and asked, now that the quota has been approved, the company has agreed that our project department has entered the work rush mode. Then can I initiate the approval of the loan order? Project Finance Tang Ying replied, that's what it sounds like, but the monthly funding plan is tight, and this amount exceeds the project funding plan approved at the beginning of the month. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to handle. Zhang Yunqing encouraged Project Finance Tang Ying to say, this is a conflict caused by the company's system regulations. Our project department has entered a rush for work. Naturally, the matter is a bit special. Well, you'd better initiate a loan application online immediately, state the reasons for borrowing. Project Finance Tang Ying replied, okay, I will initiate an online application right away. After Project Finance Tang Ying returned to her workstation, she initiated an application for borrowing the reserve fund. This application is simpler and requires online approval by the project business manager, project manager, production vice president, business unit business leader, company financial contact person, and deputy financial director. After Project Finance Tang Ying initiated the online application process for the loan order, she reminded Zhang Yunqing on QQ for review. After Zhang Yunqing passed the review, she arranged for Project Finance Tang Ying to continue tracking the subsequent online review and strive to borrow the money to the project department as soon as possible. Zhang Yunqing has sorted out the arrangement of things in his hands. There are two urgent things that need to be done now: 1. Recruiting a business manager and a budget clerk. 2. Find the cost manager of the construction party to understand the projects that require the cooperation of the project department. Condition. Zhang Yunqing came to the office of project manager Zhou Wenqing and said to Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, is there any progress in recruiting business managers and budgeters in our project department? Zhou Wenqing said, there is no progress on this matter. If you are free tomorrow morning, we can go to the talent market together. Okay, all right. One more thing, I have been here for several days and have basically sorted out the project matters, and I have a pretty good understanding of the situation. Another urgent matter is that we haven't met and communicated with the construction party's cost manager yet. I understand. We will do these two things tomorrow morning. First we will go to the construction site for a walk, and then we will go to the talent market to recruit business managers and budget staff. Okay, do you need to prepare something before recruiting people, such as the company's recruitment standards and salary standards? Li Wenwen, the head of human resources in our business department, has sent these requirements to me for a long time. I will send them to you later. There are some forms that recruiters need you to fill out. Please pay special attention to them. Zhang Yunqing returned to the office and carefully studied the relevant recruitment documents sent by Zhou Wenqing. They included the interviewer approval form, the format resume form that the interviewer needed to fill in, the salary standard for the corresponding position, the two responsibilities and recruitment requirements, etc. It seems quite complete. Zhang Yunqing printed several copies of the interviewer approval form, interviewer resume form, recruitment requirements, etc. and put them in his computer bag for later use. 8 o'clock in the evening, Nanshan Project Department, Zhang Yinqing's office. Nanshan Project Finance Tang Ying came in and said to Zhang Yinqing, Mr. Zhang, the loan of 50,000 yuan applied for today has just arrived in the account of the project department. Did the payment arrive? Well, the payment has arrived. Okay, I understand. It seems that the company still supports the project department. Thank you for telling the relevant people about the good news, including Wang Ming, the material purchaser, Yuxingjie, the seedling purchaser, and Mr. Zhou, the project manager. Okay, I'll tell them later. Zhang Yinqing has been working in the project department for so long, and finally feels that there is some progress in the work. The front feels like a mess, and it keeps spinning every day. It seems that if there is a fire somewhere, we rush to put it out. The planning of the work is relatively poor, and the work seems to be relatively passive. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Yinqing and Zhou Wenqing drove to the downstairs of the construction unit's office. Zhou Wenqing took Zhang Yinqing to the office of the construction cost manager. Zhou Wenqing introduced Zhang Yinqing, Yinqing, this is Mr. Tao Ting, the cost manager of our construction company. Zhang Yinqing took a step forward and said, Hello, Mr. Tao. Zhou Wenqing introduced to Tao Ting again, Mr. Tao, this is the business manager of the project department sent by the company, Zhang Yinqing. Tao Ting asked Zhang Yinqing, Hello, Mr. Zhang, have you just come to the Nanshan project department? Mr. Tao, I have been in the project department for a few days. Mr. Zhou, look, didn't I ask your cost staff to come to my office as soon as they arrived? Look, how you arranged it. Yinqing, explain to Mr. Tao yourself why you waited a few days to report to Mr. Tao. Okay. Mr. Tao, when I first arrived at the project department, Mr. Zhou said, Mr. Tao, you asked the cost personnel from the project department to come to you immediately. However, our project has now entered a period of rush for work. In order to complete the rush for work arrangements, the company has a lot of cost-related work to do. As for these tasks, I am currently the only one in the project department, so time is very tight. In addition, when I first arrived at the project department, I had no idea about the contract information, production value information, receipts and payments, and progress of the project department. So I hope that I can wait a few days and understand the current actual operation of the project department as quickly as possible before I come to visit you, Mr. Tao. In this way, I will be able to understand you when you arrange things. Mr. Zhou insisted on dragging me to your office today. I feel like I'm not ready yet. Gong Zhang, I understand. It's not that complicated. What I want is for someone who really understands cost to come and communicate with me. The one in front of you, Mr. Zhou, brought it. Ginger Peach Kernel. Yes, Jiang Taoren. He came to me several times to communicate, and he felt that he didn't know anything. I told him that this project requires clearing the bid, and required that the result of the clearing be produced within a month. At the same time, the result of the clearing was also it needs to be reviewed by the cost consulting agency we entrusted to the Magic City. He said it was fine, but he hasn't seen any progress since then. When I asked him what the situation was, he couldn't tell clearly. I know a little bit about this situation. Gong Zhang, how many years have you been doing cost work? Mr. Tao, I have been doing cost work for more than 10 years now. What types of units have you done this in? There are construction units, and cost consulting companies. When working in cost consulting companies, I have done list preparation, budget control price preparation, settlement preparation, and list review entrusted by construction units, audit bureaus, financial appraisal centers, etc., budget control price review, settlement review and other work, and also did full process cost consulting work. The first task of this job is that after the construction unit wins the bid, it must complete the bid clearance work before signing the contract. Well, it sounds like I've finally met someone who understands. I'm asking to do this work of clearing the mark. You see, the work has been done like this, and the work of clearing the mark has not been done yet. Mr. Tao, as far as I know, there was a set of drawings called bidding construction drawings during the bidding for this project, and there was a set of approved construction drawings during the actual construction. The two sets of drawings are different. The bidding list is prepared based on the bidding construction drawings. In that case, which version of the drawings should we use when clearing the bid? Use tender construction drawings. The result of the clearing process is actually not consistent with the construction drawings currently in use. What you mean by that is that you don't want to do the work of clearing the mark. It's not that I don't want to do this work of clearing standards, but I personally think that the results of such clearing have little significance in guiding our actual work. Mr. Tao, what do you think? I understand what you said. But this matter is a necessary process for our company. Otherwise, many of my management processes will lack this data result document, which will prevent a lot of work from being carried out. The leader also expressed, I am very dissatisfied with this current situation. In this case, I understand, Mr. Tao, I will discuss it after returning to the project department and get back to you. Gong Zhang, there is no need to discuss this matter. It has to be done. After you return to the project department, you will not discuss whether to clear the bidding drawings, but how to clear the bidding construction drawings. Understand? Okay, Mr. Tao, I understand. In addition to the bid clearance work, I looked at the construction contract documents of Party A and Party B, and also mentioned that your company has measures for the management of cost changes in construction projects. I still have this document. No. There is no measures for the management of cost changes in construction projects. It is normal. Under normal circumstances, the winning bidder comes to me to ask for this document. I have never seen anyone from your company come to me to ask for this document. Naturally this file no longer exists. I'm sorry, Mr. Tao. This is a misunderstanding caused by the imperfect work of our project department. Can I get this document today? I still want to study hard. Yes, but the file is a bit long. There is an electronic version. I can send it to you. Well, please, Mr. Tao, please send it to my QQ mailbox. The number is XXXX. I'll send it to you now. Please tell me your email address again. The number is XXXX. Okay, I have sent you a QQ email. You should take the time to study this document. All changes in our company and visa negotiations must be handled strictly in accordance with the provisions of this document. There are many issues about timeliness in it. According to the regulations. As a construction unit, you must study this document carefully and understand its spirit. Mr. Tao, don't worry, I will definitely study this document carefully and call on the relevant managers in the project department to also study this document. Okay. Having said so much, when will your bid clearance work be completed? Given my current situation with only one estimator, this is an almost impossible task, because there are still a lot of tasks within the company that require time to be completed in order to maintain the normal operation of the project department. Let's get to the point, Mr. Zhang. The point is, I estimate it will take at least 2 months to complete this clearance work alone. No, how can we wait for another 2 months? 1 month at most. Mr. Zhou, you have to remember that it will take 1 month at most. If I can't get this bid clearance document in 1 month, I won't dare to sign yours. Progress payment documents, because I can't explain it clearly to the leaders without a clearing document. You must find a way to overcome the difficulties and complete this clearing work. Don't worry, Mr. Tao, after Yunqing and I return to the project department, we will discuss it carefully. I believe we can find a solution to the problem. Okay, with your words, I feel a little more at ease. Mr. Tao, since you want to clear the bid, do you also need to send me a copy of the bidding control price document that you entrusted the consulting company to prepare? That file will be used later. What are you worried about now? No, Mr. Tao, according to the current staff situation in the project department, I don't have time to calculate the detailed project quantity, but I can spare some time to study the control price document. Combined with the bid list quotation document, I can compile the cost document. Let's start with the bid clearance work first. What we have to discuss when we go back is how to complete the engineering quantity calculation for the bid clearance work in such a short period of time. In that case, after I find the bidding control price document, I will send it to your QQ mailbox. Okay, Mr. Tao, I have no other questions. Do you have any other instructions? There is none left. Mr. Tao, if there are no other instructions, Zhang Yunqing and I will go back to the project department first. Okay, walk slowly. After Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing said hello, they left Tao Ting's office together. Zhang Yunqing asked, how about we go to the talent market to recruit people now? Let's go, I know the street where the job market is. The two came to the talent market and asked at the information desk, excuse me, we want to recruit 2 people. What should we do? The girl at the information desk replied, look, there are some stalls over there. Where there are empty stalls, you can go and post recruitment announcements, and then wait for the talents to come up to communicate and negotiate. If appropriate, just complete the procedures. Then what fees do we need to pay now and what procedures do we need to submit? Show me your company's business license. That's it. For you. Well, Western Construction Company, Limited, okay. You go over and find a stall. Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing went to a booth near the entrance of the talent market and posted the recruitment information on the corresponding display board. The two of them stayed there all morning, seeing people coming and going in front of them, but no one came to consult, which made the two of them feel quite frustrated. After the two discussed it, they decided to go back and continue to find human resources for help. They couldn't waste time on this stall. Everyone had a lot on their hands. After returning to the project department, Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, how was it going out today? Zhang Yunqing replied, first I went to Tao Ting, the construction cost manager. Did you get any information? I got a lot of information and got a task back. What's the mission? Tell me. Tao Ting requires us to complete a complete bid clearance task within a month using the bidding construction drawings, bidding control price, and winning bid documents. They also need a third-party review agency to review this document. She said it's very important. Without this procedure, their company's internal review process would be extremely difficult every time. If we don't produce this clearing document, it will directly affect the next progress payment approval process. Well, you have been doing the standard clearance work for so many years, so it should be easy for you. This is not easy. There are many things within the company that we are not completely familiar with now. It is difficult to do, but we have to do it. This bid clearance work requires calming down, calculating the accurate project quantities, and reviewing the bidding. The focus of the difference between the control price and the winning bid price is to find out the unbalanced quotation problem of the winning bidder, and attention needs to be paid to avoiding these problems during the implementation of the project. Aren't these all normal tasks? It's a normal job, but I'm not in the business department right now. I'm the only one here. I have to do everything myself. I don't have time to calculate all this. Have you found any solution? For the time being, Mr. Zhou Wenqing has provided work support for clearing the bid. He has arranged for production personnel to help calculate the engineering quantities of the bidding construction drawings. In principle, the engineering quantities calculated for production and business have different focuses. Can they be used? I don't know, but the current situation we are facing is like this. We can only treat the situation like a dead horse first. I hope the situation can get better. The risk is quite high for you. Is there a better solution? This is the only way we can do it now. I estimate that in the future I will have to familiarize myself with the company's affairs, and when I can do it without affecting the normal operation of the project, I can then allocate time and add in overtime every day to review and calculate the bidding construction drawings. The amount of work is required to ensure that the bid clearance work can be successfully completed. Okay, This is work within your major. Even if you tell me too much, I may not understand it, and I may not be able to come up with any better ideas. What you have to remember is that you need to balance people, finances. If you want physical cooperation and support, just feel free to come to me and make requests. Okay, I remember. This morning, you two went out all morning and only ended up at the construction site, Tao Ting. No, we went to another place. Where did you two go? Talent recruitment market. How many people have been recruited? I didn't even catch a hair. Oh, the recruitment thing is so miserable. Yes, Zhou Wencheng and I stayed at the stall in the talent market for at least 2 hours without anyone paying attention. Then this is going to be difficult. There are so many things to do now, and you can't be busy just by yourself. Yes, to be honest, this situation makes people really worried. Then have you thought of a solution? I haven't thought of a good solution at the moment. In the absence of recruiting budget staff, it sounds like a more effective way to ask the production people to help calculate the quantities. As for whether it will work, we still have to wait and see for a few days. We won't know until the result. Okay, that's the only way it can be. Recruiting people seems to be particularly important now. Yes, recruiting people is very important. We discussed it on the way, and Mr. Zhou will go back and ask the company's human resources Li Wenwen for help. Okay, got it. Go and do your work. Zhang Yunqing left Xiao Manfu's office and returned to his own office, thinking carefully about how he should handle so much work. While he was deep in thought, Zhou Wencheng came over and said, I just communicated with Li Wenwen from Human Resources. She has screened some resumes online and sent me several resumes. There are also several candidates. She has already I have contacted you. She said that once the contact is made, the candidate will be asked to come to the project department and you will be interviewed. After passing the interview, you will go through the company's entry approval procedures. She also told me the URL, username and password to log into the recruitment website. I wrote this on paper. You can check it when you have time and try to recruit people as soon as possible. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. I'll check it out on the website later. Zhang Yunqing waited for Zhou Wencheng to finish speaking, walked out of the office, and started surfing the internet. Use the recruitment website, username, and password provided by Zhou Wencheng to screen the resumes of applicants on the website. 2 hours passed and the resumes of about 20 people were screened out. Zhang Yunqing called one by one to communicate. Some thought the salary was low, some thought the project was too far away, some had already been unable to find a job and no longer needed to struggle to find a job. Some had no work experience in this industry and were afraid that they would not know Miaomu. I didn't dare to come at all. In short, there are all kinds of tricks, and no one can actually come to the project department for an interview. This situation made Zhang Yunqing feel nervous. He had no experience in recruiting people, so he felt a bit tortured. In my heart, I can't help but admire my colleagues who work in human resources. They are really good. They can trick people into working, which seems to be a hard skill. Zhang Yunqing understood the situation and must not be able to successfully recruit new business managers and budgeters in a short period of time. Therefore, Zhang Yunqing still took the time to look at the bidding construction drawings and calculated the project quantities bit by bit. He thought it would be better than not starting to calculate. So much internal and external work was piled up, which made people breathless. Come feel. While he was busy calculating the project quantities, Zhang Yunqing's cell phone rang. When he saw it was Li Wenwen, the head of human resources of the business department, he answered the phone and said, "Hello, Engineer Li. Is there any good news?" Li Wenwen giggled and said, "What good news do you hope it is?" "Ha! Of course, I hope there will be good news that budget staff will be able to join the project department soon. There is good news, but it's still a little short of what you hoped for. Let's talk about it quickly. The business work of my project department has made me exhausted. If we don't increase the budget staff, I don't know how long I can survive. Gong Zhang, you must hold on, the situation will improve soon. There are no signs of improvement. I'm calling you to bring you signs of improvement. Well, that's great. Come on, tell me the good news. There will be a candidate for employment tomorrow morning, and there will be another candidate for employment tomorrow afternoon. You will receive them in the project department, interview them about their professional knowledge, and if they are qualified, let them communicate with me about the salary issues. After that, you will have people available. Well. Okay, then I will arrange for the project department to calculate the workload of the day tomorrow. They can come at any time and conduct interviews at any time. Have you communicated with Mr. Hua, the commercial director of the business department, about the interview by me? Of course we talked about it and he agreed, but he asked you to call him. He needs to communicate with you about something. Okay, thank you, Mr. Li. That's it, remember to call Mr. Hua. Bye. I'll call Mr. Hua right away. Goodbye. After the phone call between Zhang Yunqing and Li Wenwen was completed, he found Hua Baibai's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone and dialed it. After 2 rings, he heard the phone being hung up. Hua Baibai was probably busy, so Zhang Yunqing continued to calculate the project quantities. Half an hour later, Hua Baiwen called and asked, Yunqing, you just called. Well, Mr. Hua, doesn't the project department need a business manager and a budget staff? During this period, while the construction party requires us to rush for work, we are also required to complete the bid clearance work within a month. I am not the only one who needs one. People can't handle so many things in a project. So we have to arrange some people to come to the project department to support the work. Yunqing, there are only a few people in the business department. The business department is too busy with everything, so how can anyone be allocated to support the work of your project department? Then, do other project departments have any free business personnel or budget personnel temporarily transferred to help, so that they can help for a while and get through the most difficult time at hand? I have reviewed the situation of our business staff and budget staff a few days ago. It can be said that each project is not fully equipped and is spent in hardship. You must carry forward the spirit of hard work and maintain the project. The department is operating normally. There is definitely no problem with working hard, leaders, please rest assured. It's just that so much work currently requires completion as soon as possible, whether it is internal and external business and budget work caused by the rush for work, or calculations caused by clearing bids. The verification of unbalanced quotations in the winning bid list, etc., are all conflicting on time points. When there is only one budget staff, it is almost impossible to distinguish the priorities of the work. Therefore, the most important thing at present is to recruit the right people as soon as possible. Only the best people can really solve the problem. I agreed to recruit people. Didn't Manpower recommend some candidates to you? Gong Li from Human Resources told me just now that 2 people will come to the project department for interviews tomorrow, and they will temporarily let me do the cost technology interview. He said that you have some guidance on interview arrangements. Yes, I came to you because I want to emphasize that you must take the IQ test before all interviews. A score below 90 means unqualified and must not be used. Okay, Mr. Hua, I understand. After Zhang Yunqing and Hua Baibai got off the phone, they came to Zhao Manfu's office glumly. When Zhao Manfu saw the exhausted Zhang Yunqing come in, he quickly stood up and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? Are you in such a bad state of mind?" "It's okay. Forget it, my unhappiness is written all over my face. I like to talk but don't talk. Hey. I just called Mr. Hua Baibaihui. Have you eaten too much? Why should you call him if you have nothing to do? It's not because I ate too much. It's about work. What's the matter?" Gong Li from Human Resources said that 2 people from the budget department will come to the project department for interviews tomorrow and asked me to call Mr. Hua. He has something to arrange. Then what? Then I called him. What did you say? It was very important that I take an IQ test before all interviews. You don't like this IQ test? I really don't like it. Those test questions are too weird. I'm afraid that the interviewer will run away before they finish the questions. Is it so serious? Zhang Yunqing suddenly became energetic and asked with a joking face, whether it's serious or not, you often don't know until you try it. It's your fault. Do you still want me to try it? No, I don't dare to think about it. I'm afraid that if you get a failing grade, it will be fun in the future. You're awesome bragging. If I don't hit you, I think you will be blown away. You were the one who blew me away, and you were the one who scared me away, okay? Just say whether you dare to test or not. Just go ahead and worry about it. Zhao Manfu stretched out his left hand to roll up his right sleeve, slapped his palm on the desk and said, "Stop chattering, bring me the test questions and show them to you." Seeing my high IQ score, you have to be so impressed that you are so impressed. Does your hand hurt? You've been given dry ice on the table. Do you want someone to come and cool you down? Don't talk about it out there, I can't wait. Get it quickly. I won't get it within 10 minutes. Humph, I even did a test. Don't worry, it's a small matter. I promise to complete the task within 5 minutes. Zhang Yunqing ran out of Zhao Manfu's office with a red face, returned to his own office, quickly entered a website address, clicked print, ran to Zhao Manfu's office again, and handed the printed test questions to Zhao Manfu, and asked, by the way, "Mr. Zhao, how many minutes did it take me to deliver the test questions?" Zhao Manfu took the test question and said, "Why do I feel like I have been tricked by your kid? You must have prepared it in advance and deliberately tricked me." Zhang Yunqing said with a natural expression, "Don't worry, I definitely didn't trick you on purpose. But because of the interview tomorrow. To use this test question, I made some preparations first before sending you the test so quickly to satisfy your desire to become an IQ master. There are only 30 questions in total, some of them can be scary. It's not scary. The time requirement is to complete all the test questions within 30 minutes. I'll keep track of the time for you. Just keep track of the time. Let's see if my excellent results come out later. Don't scare you. Just take a rest on the side first. Why take a break? It's been such a wonderful half hour. I want to be a qualified invigilator and I can't let you go online to search for answers in the middle. Still looking for answers, am I that kind of person? What exactly is in your head? It's okay. One of the requirements for this set of test questions is that they must be completed within half an hour, and the other is that someone must invigilate the test, otherwise the authenticity and credibility of the test will be lost. That's up to you. Just stand here and don't move. Just see me doing the questions. Okay. Enough talking nonsense, are you ready? If you are, I'm really going to start counting the time. Ready, start the timer. Zhang Yunqing was carefully supervising the exam, and from time to time he saw Zhao Manfu licking his head. Half an hour is a very short time. But for Zhao Manfu now, every minute is torture, and he thinks to himself, why did he fall for this kid? I don't need to take this irrelevant question at all. I really ate too much. But is there any regret medicine in this world? No. Don't you have to walk the road you choose on your knees? Zhao Manfu finally stopped writing at the 30th minute and said, Damn invigilator Zhang, I have successfully completed the test. Zhang Yunqing agreed, I'm annoying, but that's okay. If I don't like my grades when the time comes, it'll be easy. Zhao Manfu arranged, go and get the score. Zhang Yunqing returned to his office, entered Zhao Manfu's answers into the computer one by one, clicked to finish, and the score displayed was 89 points. Zhang Yunqing was stunned, how could this happen? He entered the answer again and got the same result. Don't think that a score of 89 is a passing grade. A score of 89 is just a failing grade. A score of 90 is just passing and has a normal IQ. When Zhang Yunqing returned to Zhao Manfu's office, he was worried about what to say about the test results. Zhao Manfu hurriedly asked, "How is it? Are my test scores high?" Zhang Yunqing replied awkwardly, "Not bad, 89 points." Zhao Manfu asked again, 89 points, such a high score, if it is a 100-point system, it should be considered a good result. Zhang Yunqing whispered, "I'm not very clear about this." Zhao Manfu saw that Zhang Yunqing was evasive when answering this question, so he said, "You boy, you are bad and unreasonable. I have done all the questions, but you gave me a score that I don't know what it means. Don't you say, there's nothing I can do?" Zhao Manfu then turned on his computer and searched online for, what is a normal IQ test score? I saw a line of information pop up on the computer screen. IQ test scores generally stipulate that below 70 points are low energy, between 70 and 80 points are slow and low energy, between 80 and 90 are slow and even low energy, and those between 80 and 90 are slow and low energy. 90 to 110 is average intelligence. 110 to 120 is considered a high IQ. 120 to 140 is considered an excellent IQ. A score of 140 or above is considered a genius or a genius. Almost genius. Zhao Manfu opened his mouth and widened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes again and again, fearing that he had seen it wrong or understood it wrong. After sitting in front of the screen for about 10 minutes, Zhao Manfu said angrily, "This thing is definitely not accurate. If you try another one for me, maybe it won't be the 89 points at all." Zhang Yunqing also replied awkwardly, "Otherwise, don't take the test. This thing should be inaccurate in the first place." Zhao Manfu also became more determined and arranged, "It's okay. You can print another copy for me and I will take the test again to see if there will be any significant improvement in the results." Zhang Yunqing had no choice but to print out another test paper and send it to Zhao Manfu, and mark the time to take the test again. This time, when Zhao Manfu chose the answer on the test paper, he thought twice about it, for fear of writing the wrong answer. Half an hour later, the test paper was given to Zhang Yunqing to go to the computer for scoring. Soon Zhang Yunqing returned to Zhao Manfu's office and told him, "Mr. Zhao, this test paper is amazing. You changed so many answers, but the conclusion is still 89 points." Zhao Manfu replied with a bad look on his face, "What kind of test questions are you asking? It's not accurate, it's not accurate. Forget it, leave him alone." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Now, do you feel that it is a bit inappropriate to use this test question to eliminate people? It's so uncomfortable. For those who come for the interview tomorrow, you can take the test if you want. Don't force it." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes." The next morning, at 9 o'clock, a strange phone number came in. Zhang Yunqing answered the call and asked, "Who is it?" A voice came from the phone and said, "I came for the interview this morning. Just call me Xiao Wang." "Okay. Xiao Wang, the location of our interview is in the project department. I will text the address to your mobile phone later." "Okay, see you later." Zhang Yunqing sent the accurate address information of the project department to Xiao Wang's unfamiliar mobile phone number. About an hour later, Xiao Wang came to Zhang Yunqing's office. Zhang Yunqing said to Xiao Wang, "Hello, Xiao Wang. Our company's interview process has regulations. The first step is to take this test paper, which consists of 30 questions and takes half an hour to complete. After passing the first test, fill in the after filling out the interview information form, we will communicate carefully." Xiao Wang replied, "Okay, Gong Zhang, I understand." Zhang Yunqing saw that it was time to test Xiao Wang's IQ, so he walked over and said to Xiao Wang, "It's time to test." "Gong Zhang, I haven't finished the questions yet. Please give me a few more minutes." "No, give me the test paper. If you cheat, the test will lose its meaning." After Zhang Yunqing received Xiao Wang's test paper, He immediately went to the computer web page to fill in Xiao Wang's answers. Soon the score was 102 points. Zhang Yunqing said to Xiao Wang, "Congratulations, you passed the first test. Please fill out the interview information form and give it to me." It took Xiao Wang about 10 minutes to hand the completed interview information form to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing quickly looked at the interview information form Xiao Wang filled out and said to him, "Please introduce yourself in concise language." Xiao Wang sat opposite Zhang Yunqing, rubbed his hands, and began to introduce himself. "I have been working for 5 years. My major in school is civil engineering. The first job I took when I just graduated was I worked as a site engineer in a construction company for 3 years. My second job was in a housing construction company. Work in the budget department for a period of 2 years." Zhang Yunqing asked, "When you were a field engineer, what majors were involved in the management work?" "Involving construction, decoration, water, electricity and other majors." "Which major do you think is more difficult?" "Electricity is more difficult. New processes and new technologies are emerging one after another. For learning, there are new things to learn at any time." "What kind of work do you do when you work in the budget department of a housing construction company?" "In the first 6 months, I just helped other colleagues calculate the project quantities and participated in on-site procurement and other work." "What about half a year from now?" 6 months later, my boss saw that I had the ability to calculate calculations, so he asked me to participate in the bidding work of the budget department." "Oh, what skills did you learn working on the bid?" "I learned the list pricing specifications, the inquiry and use of construction project pricing quotas, and also learned the use of pricing software." "As for the use of pricing software, how to increase the quota of main materials, how to call material information prices, etc., can you use it?" "I didn't know how to do it at first, but after I made a few mistakes and was criticized by the leader several times, I finally remembered the correct way." "Are the calculated engineering quantities calculated manually or with the help of measurement software?" "It is calculated using calculation software to assist." "What professional engineering quantities can you use calculation software to calculate?" "I know how to calculate construction, decoration, and steel bars." "When calculating the project quantities, have you ever included the high-rise basement project quantities? Counted it once or twice?" "What is the calculated floor area of the basement?" "It's 6 to 7,000 square meters." "Do you still remember the technical index content of amortizing the concrete and steel work volume in the basement to the construction area?" "It's been a while, I can't remember clearly." "It's rough, don't be precise." The technical index content of concrete at that time was approximately 1.1 cubic meters, and the technical index content of steel bars was approximately 85 kilograms. "Yeah. Do you find it difficult to calculate the quantities of the basement project?" "Yes, those steel bars are bending around, it's very dizzying." "Yes, how to overcome this difficulty in measuring steel bars?" "In 2 aspects, one is to find the technical service of the measurement software company for repeated study and consultation, and the other is to bring out some pictures of steel bars at the original management site to view the study sessions, which strengthened the understanding of steel bar engineering." It took almost half a year to overcome this problem. The fear of calculating the amount of steel reinforcement work in the basement was eliminated. When calculating the project quantities, do you calculate the building quantity independently, or do you calculate it jointly with others? Generally, the basement is calculated separately. When calculating the amount of work on the ground, in principle, the building decoration and steel bars are calculated by the same person. What's the floor area of the above-ground work you calculated? The largest is 15,000 square meters. Have you prepared a complete list and budget control price documents? After the list has been compiled, in principle, the person who prepared the list will be asked to prepare the budget control price document. How are material prices considered in budget control documents? Normally, for materials with local information price, the material price of the information price is used. For parts without information price, our budget department staff will make a material list inquiry form and submit it to the material procurement department for cost analysis. Inquiry. Then based on the cost data, we discuss within the company to form a matching material price list, and include this material price in the budget control price document. Yes. Mr. Wang, have you ever been exposed to the cost work of municipal and garden landscape projects? It's mainly about the cost of housing construction. I've only seen the municipal landscaping work, but I haven't actually done it myself. Our current project is a gardening and landscaping project in a real estate project. In principle, we hope to hire a skilled gardener and landscaper who can use it when he comes. But in your current situation, it does take a while. Only then can you master it proficiently. How long do you think it will take you to fully master the cost knowledge of all aspects of garden landscaping? This question is still a bit difficult for me. I need to understand some information before I can judge. Please tell me what information I need to know. The first one is the problem of calculation. In terms of paving in garden construction, many of them are odd-shaped and winding. How is the quantity of this kind of work calculated? For this kind of engineering quantity, you usually draw a boundary line along the special shaped area on CAD and check the area of the closed area formed by this boundary line. Things like cables are also bent here and there, so what about the amount of work? This cable requires understanding the system diagram of the distribution box. Have you seen this before? In housing construction projects, we occasionally encounter budgets for distribution boxes and cables. We will look at the system diagram of this distribution box. First, read the system diagram of the distribution box. After coming out of the distribution box, look at the circuit number and check the direction of each circuit one by one. On this direction, draw a line direction line for each circuit. The cable length is the cable length of this loop. Are there any loop overlaps? Generally speaking, there is partial overlap, and complete overlap is rare. Once there are overlapping lines, does the length of the overlapping part of the project have to be deducted? The engineering length of the overlapping part cannot be deducted because the cables of each circuit are individually wired from the distribution box to the end point. I understand the cable thing. How are some water pipelines calculated? The calculation of engineering quantities for the water supply pipelines and the cables coming out of the distribution box is very different. What's the difference? The engineering volume of water supply pipes generally has one water intake point. Starting from the water intake point and ending at the water use part, there is no problem of duplication of lines, but there is the problem that the diameter of the pipeline may become smaller and smaller. Then how to calculate the engineering volume of water supply pipes? According to the pipe diameter and material marked on the construction drawing, all the same parts are measured to a length and summarized. The summarized data is the engineering quantity of the corresponding pipe diameter and material of the water supply pipe. Yeah, I understand. There are also landscape stones. There are piles of beautiful landscape stones. How does he calculate the amount of the project? My head hurts when I see this. Mr. Wang, you don't have to worry about this. When making budget estimates based on construction drawings, you can estimate the volume based on the volume, or you can give a tentative estimate based on the volume based on the reference opinions provided by experienced people. Measurement by weight is acceptable. It sounds a bit complicated. Well, once you get familiar with it, it won't be complicated. Then how to measure the scenery stone when applying for project progress payment? In most cases, the measurement of landscape stones is done with the supervisor and the construction party to discuss the standards and methods for acceptance before the site of the landscape stones. Generally, the supervisor sends people to the weighbridge near the construction site to supervise the vehicles carrying the landscape stones passing the weighbridge, and then after unloading the truck, weigh the empty truck again. After removing the tare weight, it is the weight of the scenery stone. So that's it. I've been worried about not being able to figure out the engineering quantity calculation for this scenic stone. What I just mentioned is a method for actual operation. When preparing a budget, you can use a calculation method, which is roughly multiplying the volume of the landscape stone by the porosity coefficient and then multiplying by the density coefficient of the landscape to get a tentative landscape stone project. Measured. And how are the engineering quantities of those complicated rockeries calculated? Those complicated rockeries are usually hollow, so in terms of garden landscaping, just calculate their surface expansion area. I understand this. It involves the seedling greening project, which is too difficult for me. Most of the seedlings can't be named. The amount of greening work is simple. Generally speaking, you can recognize the Chinese characters. That's for sure, otherwise how can we make a living? As long as you know Chinese characters, you can make a list of those seedlings. The cost and quotation are not clear, right? Yes, it's completely unclear. It doesn't matter. Generally speaking, in landscaping engineering companies, there are dedicated personnel for seedling procurement. Send the compiled list of seedlings to the seedling purchaser and ask him to provide you with cost data. Is the cost problem solved? Already? Yes, in this case the cost data will solve the source problem. In the quotation data, each project has a gross profit margin. Do you understand this? I don't understand. We generally have no exposure to gross profit margin issues. Oh, in this case, the discussion will not be clear for a while. Let's put this issue aside for the time being. But what I can tell you clearly is that these problems are easy to solve. It just requires more lip service. I have no idea how to calculate the amount of greening projects. I'm blind. No need to be black. The amount of this greening project is divided into trees, shrubs, and ground covers. To put it simply, the trees and shrubs can be counted on the construction drawings according to the unit of trees, which is the number of plants according to the legend. Ground cover, it's even simpler. Today's design drawings generally fill different ground covers with different legends. It's clear at a glance where to plant what kind of ground cover on the construction drawings. At the same time, the place is marked next to the name of the ground cover. How many square meters is the quantity of the floor covering at the location? All that is left is to add up the quantity figures of the same varieties arranged on the entire construction drawing. You can completely figure out the quantity of the greening project using the mathematics you learned in elementary school. It's a calculation problem. What if the design does not indicate the square meters of the project quantity, but only indicates a variety specification? In this case, it is quite miserable for calculating engineering quantities. Our estimators have to draw the same closed polyline along the curve of the ground cover, and then check the formation of these closed polylines one by one. Area, and then add those areas together. Xiao Wang replied with satisfaction, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for taking the time to explain. I understand. To put it this way, to be conservative, I think that in terms of budget calculation, preparation of lists and price control for garden landscape projects, if you give I have a month's buffer time, and I believe I can basically learn it." Zhang Yunqing also answered with satisfaction. Generally speaking, those who can react through my description are considered to be relatively talented. Do you have the confidence to work in our project department? Xiao Wang asked. In terms of calculation and price, I am confident. I just don't know what positions and benefits your company can offer. It requires comprehensive judgment. Zhang Yunqing replied, "As for the position, based on your situation, I currently think that the position of budget clerk is more suitable. As for the salary issue, you fill out the interview information form first. I will communicate your interview situation with the human resources, and then you can pass it. Discuss directly over the phone." Xiao Wang replied, "Okay." Then he took the interview information form handed over by Zhang Yunqing, took a few minutes to fill it out, and then handed it to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing said to Xiao Wang, "Okay, our interview is over today. I will communicate your interview situation with Li Wenwen of Human Resources in the morning. You can call Li Wenwen after 1 o'clock in the afternoon to communicate and implement your salary. If the problem is settled, we should come to work early. Xiao Wang replied, "Okay, thank you Mr. Zhang for your guidance today. I'll leave first." Zhang Yunqing stood up, took Xiao Wang out of the office, and said, "Go slowly. Remember to call me in time about your communication with Li Wenwen this afternoon." Xiao Wang replied, "Okay, I will call you in time to report clearly the communication situation. Goodbye." Bye-bye. After seeing off the little queen for the interview, Zhang Yunqing immediately called Li Wenwen from the Human Resources Department. After the call was connected, Zhang Yunqing said, "Gong Li, Xiao Wang who came for the interview this morning has completed the interview. I have sent you a scan of his interview information form as an offline file on QQ. Please check when empty." "Okay, Mr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Please tell me your impressions of Xiao Wang's interview." Xiao Wang has been working for several years. At present, he is mainly familiar with modeling calculations, inventory preparation, price control, etc. of housing construction projects. Then this means that you are not familiar with our industry, gardening and landscaping at all. That's understandable. If it's to take him out, how long do you estimate it will take? I spent a lot of time discussing this issue during the interview with him. In the end, he came to the conclusion that a buffer time of 1 month is generally needed. Well, I understand. Then what position did you assign him? Gong Li, how can I assign him a position? Based on the interview situation, I can suggest that he be temporarily assigned to the position of budget clerk. As for the final decision, I respect the opinions of the company leaders. Okay, then let's temporarily settle on the position of budget clerk. Then his salary can only be negotiated based on the salary of the budget clerk position. Okay, please call him when you are free and settle the matter as soon as possible. My project department is really in a hurry to find someone. Okay. I'll do it as soon as possible, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yunqing stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt that the work was really intense. Things happen one after another, and many things are not done by an estimator at all. There is always a feeling that they are beyond the scope of the estimator's work. When I was lost in thought, I saw 2 figures appearing at the door of the office. Walking in front was Wang Ming, the material procurement manager of the project department. "Mr. Zhang, do you have time? Boss Fang of the steel structure is here." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Boss Fang is here, he must have time. You two sit down first." Fang Xian, the boss of the steel structure, communicated politely, "Mr. Zhang, the quotation document for my steel structure has been sent to Mr. Wang of the project department for review, but he said that he could not make the decision, so he asked me to come to you together." Zhang Yunqing replied, "If we want to make the decision, neither the people in our project department nor the area can make the decision." Boss Fang replied, "If I can't make the decision, then how can I dare to enter the market?" Zhang Yunqing replied unhurriedly, "This matter will not affect your entry. Since you have submitted the quotation documents and given your name to the king, right?" "Yes, that is the current situation." "Okay. Mr. Wang, after reading Boss Fang's steel structure quotation document, how does the price compare with previous steel structure quotations?" "Mr. Zhang, his price level this time is about 20% higher than the previous quotation." "Okay. Boss Fang, is your price level indeed about 20% higher than the previous version?" Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wang compared the price level of the steel structure 2 years ago with the price level of my current quotation. "Boss Fang, does the price and time difference issue you mentioned have a big impact on your current steel structure quotation level?" "It's still relatively big. First, the price of steel alone has risen by more than 10%. Second, labor costs have also been rising in the past 2 years. Third, this is an emergency rush for work. My cost includes rush for work. The contingency cost of the work is increased. That's why it seems to be higher than the usual quotation. Well, on the surface, it sounds like your arguments are good and reasonable. Are the quotation documents printed? Mr. Zhang, Boss Fong's estimating staff sent the spreadsheet version. I printed a copy. Here it is, please review it. Okay. You two wait a moment and let me take a look. Okay, it's okay, Mr. Zhang, just take a look first. If there are any problems, we will communicate immediately. Okay. Boss Fong, I'm really not familiar with steel structures. But among your items, look, there is one item called steel bolts. When your total quotation amount is only 4 million, your steel the cost of bolts is 200,000. Shouldn't this be calculated? Shouldn't it be allocated into the price of other steel structure materials? Mr. Zhang, this steel bolt is a must-use accessory. Without it, many places cannot be connected, and it affects safety issues. Boss Fong, your steel structure really gives me a headache. Steel bolts are necessary accessories. I understand that. What I don't understand is that such a large amount is used and the total price of each item is so high. How do you settle the matter? What should we do when there is a problem? Do we still have to climb on top of the steel structure one by one to count the quantities? Mr. Zhang, there's no need to go to such trouble. As long as the total price is agreed upon, we usually adopt a lump sum contract and won't let you climb up the steel structure to count the bolts during settlement. Zhang Yunqing looked at the winning bid price for the steel structure. The basic gross profit margin was still guaranteed, so he asked the material purchasing Wang Mingdao, tell me your opinion on the other boss's quotation document. Material procurement Wang Ming answered simply, I read it several times, and through communication with Boss Fong, the doubts have been eliminated. Now there are no different opinions on the steel structure quotation document of the other boss. Zhang Yunqing said, I don't have any different opinions. You take Boss Fong to meet with the project manager Mr. Zhou. If you agree, you will report it to the company quickly. At the same time, you draft Boss Fong's steel structure contract document according to the company's model contract. Come out and let the project department discuss it clearly. Material procurement Wang Ming replied, okay. I will now take Boss Fong to communicate with the project manager Mr. Zhou about this quotation document. After that, I will draft the steel structure contract document according to the company's contract template. Material procurement Wang Ming stood up and said to the steel structure boss Fong Xian, Boss Fong, let's go, come with me to find the project manager Mr. Zhou. Fong Xian stood up and greeted Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, then I will report to Mr. Zhou as you arranged. Zhang Yunqing stood up, shook hands with Fong Xian and said, okay. Walk slowly. Fong Xian followed Wang Ming of material procurement and came to the office of project manager Zhou Wenqing. Wang Minghui reported, Mr. Zhou, Boss Fong from the structure and I just went to see Mr. Zhang from the business department. He has already seen Boss Fong. He said there are no objections to the quotation document and asked me to bring Boss Fong to your place to ask for instructions. If there are no objections, it can be reported to the company for review of the contract price. After speaking, Wang Ming naturally handed Fong Xian's steel structure quotation document to Zhou Wenqing. After Zhou Wenqing took the document, he looked at it carefully and said, you said Mr. Zhang from the business department has no objection, but what about yours? Material procurement Wang Ming smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, I communicated clearly with the boss Xianfang, and after agreeing with his declared price, I took him to go to Mr. Zhang for advice. So I have no objections to this quotation document, agreed to report it as soon as possible. Zhou Wenqing glanced at the material purchasing Wang Ming and said with a smile, to be on the safe side, I'd better ask your opinion to avoid any mistakes. Wang Mingqian, the material purchaser, smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Zhou, nothing will go wrong. Zhou Wenqing said to the steel structure boss again, Boss Fong, I took a quick look at your price and it's not low. What did you think about it? Fong Xian, the boss of the steel structure, rubbed his hands nervously and replied, Mr. Zhou, you know this is a way to survive by rushing for work. In order to meet the time requirement of this rush for work, I have calculated that my cost of rushing for work is higher than usually. It is about 10% higher. So my quotation this time is a little higher than the usual quotation. I also ask Mr. Zhou for your support, so that we can have more confidence to keep up with the rush for work. Seeing what Fang Xian said, Zhou Wenqing didn't want to always lower his price. Price was not his main scope of responsibility. There was also a dedicated business line for vertical management, so he proposed to Fang Xian, the steel structure boss. Demanding, I am sure of your work and price support. I have a request, which is that you must rush to work according to the time node arranged by the project, and complete the work according to the required time node. Can you do it? Fang Xian nodded and agreed with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, my materials are already being arranged and prepared, and the advance payment for the material purchase will be handed over to the other party tomorrow. The managers have already arrived, and the workers will arrive one day before the start of work. After hearing this, Zhou Wenqing was still quite satisfied with Fang Xian's arrangement, so he said, Thank you, Boss Fang, for supporting the work arrangements of our project department. Wang Ming, please pass Boss Fang's price to the material manager of the company's business department immediately. For Lei Zhao's review, it is best to give an accurate review opinion today. Let me know in time after getting the opinion of the business department. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, replied, No problem, I'll do it right away. After finishing speaking, Wang Ming, the material purchaser, returned to his office with the steel structure boss Fang Xian. Material purchasing Wang Ming asked Fang Xian, Boss Fang, your price is so high, and the company is also very strictly managed. You know that. Fang Xian replied, Lei Zhao and I have been friends for many years. Don't worry, he will understand this offer. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, said with a smile, Let's make a deal first. If I get scolded by the leader because of this, I will scold you badly. Fang Xian blinked and said, Don't worry, I won't scold you. If you're lucky, you might even be praised. In the process of communicating with Fang Xian, Wang Ming of Material Procurement called Lei Zhao, the head of materials in the Commerce Department of the Business Department, and carefully asked, Mr. Lei, did you receive the steel structure Fang Xian I sent to you? Boss Fang's quotation document. Lei Zhao's hearty laughter came from the phone receiver, I got it, I'm reading it right now. When can I finish watching it? With such a large amount, of course it will take a while to finish it. I still need to ask Mr. Hua for his opinion after reading it. Oh, I know. But. Don't be hesitant when speaking. Say what you have to say directly. This steel structure on the project was rushed to work, and an application report was specially submitted to the company. Therefore, when the project manager Zhou Wenqing arranged for me to contact you, he must request that the review opinions be given today, otherwise the project department would. It's really too late. Why did it take so long today? Tell the project manager Mr. Zhou that the business department is very supportive of the project department's work. We will definitely have the results of the review of the quotation document within 2 hours. Out. I'll call you after the results. Yes, Mr. Lei, please excuse me. I'm in my office with the steel structure boss Fang Xian, waiting for your review opinions. After Lei Zhao completed the phone call with Wang Ming, the material purchaser of the Nanshan project, he printed out Fang Xian's quotation document, brought it to Hua Baibai's office, and reported, Mr. Hua, Fang Xian's quotation for the steel structure project in Nanshan. The document has been printed out. The project department and I have read it and think it is reasonable. There are no adjustments. Please review it. Hua Bai took Fang Xian's quotation document from Lei Zhao and looked at it. This quotation is higher than the usual quotation. What did Fang Xian say? Fang Xian originally communicated with me on the phone. One was about the cost of rushing work, and the other was about the cost of tea. This is a work rush project. If everyone has no objections, please notify the project department to sign the contract as soon as possible. After Lei Zhao left Hua Baiwen's office, he walked to the corridor outside the office and called Wang Ming, the material purchaser of the Nanshan project. Wang Ming, I am informing you that Fang Xian's steel structure quotation document has been reviewed and approved by the business department. Respect the price quoted by Boss Fang. You immediately start his contract signing process and require him to meet the deadline requirements arranged by the project department. These conditions should be clearly stated in the contract terms. Mr. Hua, let me praise you. Let me tell you that your efficiency in doing things this time is quite high, don't be proud, and you must continue to carry it forward in the future. After Wang Ming, the material purchaser, heard the voice on the receiver, a warm current arose in his heart and he felt extremely comfortable. He quickly replied on the phone, "Thank you, Mr. Hua, for your praise, and thank you, Mr. Lei, for your timely support. Without your support, how could I have done my job so smoothly without support and help?" Lei Zhao said on the phone, "You don't have to be polite. We can see if you do well. Of course, we can also see if you do poorly. Just hurry up and implement things." After Wang Ming of material purchasing waited for Lei Zhao to hang up the phone, he smiled and said casually, "Boss Fang, your quotation document has been approved by the business department, and I have been arranged to draft your contract document as soon as possible." By the way, your quotation document has been approved by the business department. Have you brought the official seal, corporate seal, business license, account opening permit, and ID card? I brought my official seal, corporate seal, and ID card, but I didn't bring my business license or account opening permit. What should I do? It doesn't matter, it will be easier if you have a seal. For business license and account opening permit, you can call and ask someone from your company to send you a scanned copy. You can print it out later and put the official seal on it, and it can be used as an attachment to the contract. Okay, thank you Mr. Wang, I'll call right away to make arrangements. Material procurement Wang Ming printed out the steel structure contract documents and gave them to the steel structure boss Fang Xian for review. After reading for more than 10 minutes, Fang Xian said, "There are too many contents in these format clauses of yours. The company won't allow them to be changed anyway, so I won't read them. I only want to see whether the key contents we discussed have been reflected in them." "It's in the contract." The material purchaser replied with his legs crossed and rocking back and forth, "That's your business. But it makes sense. Regardless of whether he is right or not, the company won't let him change it, so what can he do? There are a lot of standard clauses in your contract that are not allowed to be changed, which actually infringes on our interests as Party B. There's no other way. If you want to cooperate and sign a contract, you have to approve it. Otherwise, the company won't stamp the contract on you. Hey, big companies bully people. You can choose not to let him bully you. Mr. Wang, don't go too far. I actually voluntarily wanted to be bullied by a big company like yours. Then it's over. There's so much nonsense. Have you finished reading? It's so slow." I've read it, Mr. Wang. The special terms and conditions I wrote are all correct. They are in line with the negotiation and communication between the two parties. I agree to sign the contract. Just agree to sign. I'll print out the contract signature form and go through the signing and approval process. Please send the missing attachments quickly. Okay, Mr. Wang. I have already sent a message to the people working in the company. I will send it to you in a few minutes. Wang Ming of Material Procurement printed 4 copies of the contract, printed a copy of the contract countersigning form, and signed his name in the initiator column of the countersigning form. Fang Xian sent the scanned copies of the company's business license, organization code certificate, tax registration certificate, and bank account opening license to the material purchasing Wang Ming's QQ and said, "Mr. Wang, I have already sent the certificates of those companies to your QQ is on, please check and print it for me. Print it right away. By the way, where is the ID card? I'll give you my ID card. Please help me make a copy." Not so polite. The material purchasing king quickly prepared these documents and attached them to the back of the 4 contracts as attachments, asking Fang Xian to stamp all the places where seals were needed and sign all the places where signatures were required. Then he asked Fang Xian to follow him to sign for approval, and said, "Mr. Fang, let's go. In order to ensure that your contract will be signed quickly and well, you come with me to find someone to sign for approval." "Okay, Mr. Wang, you lead the way." Material Procurement Wang Ming brought the contract countersigning form, contract documents, and Fang Xian to Zhang Yinqing's office and said, "Mr. Zhang, the company has reviewed and approved Boss Fang's quotation document, and then I made his contract document according to this paragraph. Fill out the company's sample contract with the content of the time negotiation." After finishing speaking, he handed a thick stack of documents to Zhang Yinqing. After Zhang Yunqing took the documents, he carefully read the main contents of the contract and found no problems. He also carefully read the contents of the agreement and the special clauses of the contract. Didn't see the problem. So Zhang Yunqing completed the signing and approval of the steel structure contract documents in 10 minutes. Material Procurement Wang Ming and Fang Xian came to project manager Zhou Wenqing's office with documents. He handed the document to Zhou Wenqing and stood waiting by the side without saying anything. Zhou Wenqing looked at the document handed over by Wang Ming and motioned to the two of them to sit down for a while. Zhou Wenqing watched it for more than 20 minutes, turning it over and over again, which made Fang Xian next to him feel nervous, fearing that something had gone wrong. Then he asked nervously, "Mr. Zhou, is there any mistake in the contract document? If there is a mistake, just say it and we can change it right away. I have both the official seal and the legal person seal. If you want to change the document, it's more convenient to stamp it." Zhou Wenqing comforted him, "Don't be anxious. I naturally have to take a few more looks at such a large professional subcontract. I haven't found any problems yet, but the descriptions before and after need to be checked carefully. I don't want this to happen. If obvious errors in the contract are found to be inconsistent, it will appear that the work of the project department is extremely careless." I understand, Mr. Zhou, it's okay, just take your time and take your time, don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry. Boss Fang, can this matter not be urgent? It is very urgent now. I have read it and found no problems. I will sign the contract signing form immediately. Zhou Wenqing handed the signed document to Material Purchasing Wang Mingdao, "Go to Mr. Zhao immediately to sign for approval. Once the approval is completed, it will be sent to the business department immediately to go through the process. The original document will also be sent to Kyoto immediately. If you need an explanation, come to me immediately." Wang Ming, the material purchaser, replied, "Okay, I'll go to Mr. Zhao for approval right away." Material Procurement Wang Ming came to Zhao Manfu's office with documents. Zhao Manfu was answering the phone and waved to the two of them to come in. Zhao Manfu took the document and saw that Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing had signed it, so he picked up his pen and signed and approved the agreement. Material Procurement Wang Ming saw Zhao Manfu signing so readily, so he gave him a thumbs up, packed up the documents and left Zhao Manfu's office with the steel structure boss Fang Xian. After leaving the office, Wang Ming said to Fang Xian, "The boss of the steel structure, the contract has been signed to this extent. It is estimated that it will take time to complete the signing. You have to quickly arrange for the workers and machines to come in and start rushing work, otherwise the project, if the Ministry of Justice pursues this matter, we will all feel very sad." Fang Xian said, "Okay, then I will arrange my affairs first, and I will ask you to help me get the company leaders to sign and approve the rest of the process." Wang Ming, the material purchaser, agreed, "No problem, just hurry up and do your work." Saying goodbye to Fang Xian, after he left, the material purchaser slowly returned to his office, scanned the contract countersigning document and sent it to Lei Zhao, the material manager of the business department, and left a message to Lei Zhao on QQ, "Mr. Lei, the steel structure contract has been stamped by the supplier, and the original will be couriered to the Kyoto head office this afternoon. The whole company will sign the contract, please print it out and sign it for approval. Soon, QQ messages flashed, and Lei Zhao sent an OK gesture on QQ. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, took out his phone and found the number of the courier company salesman, then dialed the channel. Hello, there is a batch of documents from the Nanshan Project Department of Western Construction that need to be couriered to Kyoto. Okay, I understand. But I'm a little busy right now. It will take 90 minutes before I can collect the documents from you, okay? Okay, just remember to come to me and promise to send the documents today. There will definitely be no problem, don't worry. After the material purchasing Wang Ming communicated with the courier about sending the express, he felt completely relaxed. I found a card game on the computer and played solitaire. Zhang Yunqing looked at it and it was already afternoon. Xiao Wang, who was interviewing in the morning, didn't call him, and Li Wenwen, who was in the Human Resources Department, didn't call him either. His sixth sense told him that something was wrong. Zhang Yunqing thought about it, if they didn't call him, couldn't he call them? So Zhang Yunqing slowly took out his mobile phone, found Li Wenwen's phone number, and dialed it. After ringing for a long time, the call was connected. Hello, Mr. Li. How is the situation of Xiao Wang who was interviewed this morning? What's going on? Didn't I send you Xiao Wang's interview information form this morning? I also introduced my impression of his interview. Later, you need to negotiate the salary issue with him. What I'm asking is how was your interview with Xiao Wang? Oh, this matter, there are a lot of things today, and I haven't had time to deal with his affairs yet. Then could you please contact him as soon as possible and sort out the situation? Okay, I'll contact Xiao Wang right away. After the two of them finished talking on the phone, Li Wenwen from Human Resources found Xiao Wang's contact number in the address book and dialed it. The phone rang for a while, and then she felt like it was hung up. Zhang Yunqing saw that Li Wenwen did not call him back, so he called Xiao Wang again. The phone rang once and was hung up. Zhang Yunqing had a bad premonition in his heart, feeling that Xiao Wang would probably not be able to come to work in the project department. While he was dazed, the phone rang. Zhang Yunqing answered the phone and asked, "Hello. Which one?" A small voice came from the phone. Is this Mr. Zhang from Western Construction? Yes, I am Zhang Yunqing from Western Architecture. My name is Li Xishuan. I made an appointment with Li Wenwen to come to the project department for an interview this afternoon. Please tell me the specific location. There is a Nanshan project by the sea. Do you know the specific location of this project? I know, I've been there a few times. Okay, it will be easy to find. When you arrive, look for the ground floor of Building 1, Number 1. Our project department office is temporarily set up here. Okay, I'll be there in about an hour. After Zhang Yunqing explained the specific location of the project department to Li Xishuan, who was participating in the interview, he hung up the phone. I have carefully sorted out the work at hand, and here are the things that need to be done in the near future. 1. Project bid clearance work, requires calculation of quantities, cleaning and comparison of bid and quotation documents. 2. The deadline for submitting the progress payment for the project is coming up in a few days, so preparations have to be made. 3. The completed output value needs to be sorted out and entered into the ERP system. 4. Due to the rush for work arrangements, a garden construction team needs to be brought in and the contract has not been signed yet. 5. Respond to any cost-related issues arising from the work rush period. Looking at these items, none of them are not urgent. To be honest, Zhang Yunqing often feels anxious. Since arriving at the project department, his oral ulcers have not gotten better. Zhang Yunqing got a little angry thinking about this project department with only one business person. For such a large project here, the company cannot fully staff it, but the internal processes have not been reduced. Relatively speaking, they are still moving forward. Complication. Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then called Li Wenwen, the human resources officer, and said, Engineer Li, I just sorted out at least 5 major things related to the project department and business personnel. I can do each of them, but these 5 are. The timeline is parallel and does not happen in an assembly line manner. It is completely impossible for me to complete so many tasks in such a short period of time by myself. I understand, Mr. Zhang. What do you need from me? It is necessary to recruit budget officers and business managers as soon as possible and be able to work on the project. Otherwise, it will definitely affect the project department's completion of work rush tasks and payment collection tasks. Isn't there another girl named Li Shixuan coming this afternoon? If it works, let me know. If possible, we will recruit her first as a budget clerk. Okay, I'll check the situation later during the interview. Zhang Yunqing and Li Wenwen had just finished talking on the phone when they saw Zhou Wenqing leading a tall man out of the office. Zhou Wenqing introduced both parties, Mr. Zhang Yunqing, the business manager of Oriental Construction, and Xia Hoyue, the owner of the garden construction team. Zhang Yunqing stood up and shook hands with Xia Hoyue, arranged for the two of them to sit down and asked, "Boss Xia, have you seen it live?" President Zhou has arranged for Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, to take me to the site to see it and show me the areas where I need to work. That's good. I'll show you the contract documents of the original garden construction team Bian Zhen's family. Mr. Zhang, I have read the contract documents of Bian Zhen's family, and I have no objection to the content of the contract. However, I think the unit price for the labor services he received from the winning bid is reasonable when there is no rush for work. However, it's okay, Boss Xia. If you have anything to say, just say it. I want to say, but when I come now, I am rushing for work, and the cost will be higher than usual. If you show me the Bian Zhen family's contract, could it be that you want to use the Bian Zhen family's contract unit price to get the job done? Have I completed the job rush task? Well, your question is a good one. I need to explain it to you. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I really want to hear your opinion. First of all, Bian Zhenjia's contract unit price is the unit price for normal bidding. If the work is rushed, the cost will definitely increase. We reported to the company before you came, taking into account the situation that is fair and equitable and in line with the company's interests. Next, we put the increased cost into the method of subsidizing workers who actually work overtime. This document is the overtime subsidy details that the company has signed and approved. Please take a look. Mr. Zhang, I saw that this subsidy plan is acceptable. I can accept this subsidy plan. Secondly, if the company's labor team wants to enter the site for construction, it would normally require bidding to be introduced, but now the project department is faced with the situation that in terms of time, it simply cannot wait to use bidding to determine which team to introduce. That's why the project department was authorized to find its own suitable team that is convenient for management and sign the contract directly. The prerequisite is that the company's conditions must be accepted. One is to use Bian Zhenjia's contract unit price, and the other is to implement the contract with Bian Zhenjia. An overtime subsidy program for domestic workers. Yes, I understand. So, Boss Xia, do you have any different opinions on the contract? There is no dissent. Have you got your stamp? There is no stamp, and Mr. Zhou knows that. I have always used my personal brand, and I can travel all over the world with one ID card. Okay, then please give me a copy of your original ID card. Here you go, Mr. Zhang, this is my ID card. Okay, you find out the positions of Party B in these contracts, sign your name, use this ink pad, press the thumb print of your right hand, and fill in your bank card number at the end of the contract. Account opening bank information. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Zhang. 10 minutes later, Xia Hoyue signed the contract document, put his thumbprint on it, handed it to Zhang Yunqing, and said nervously, "Mr. Zhang, please help me check it." After Zhang Yunqing took the contract document, he looked through it carefully for a while and found that a signature was missing. He pointed to the missing signature and said, "Here, Boss Xia, please sign your name and fingerprint again. Xia Hoyue thought that he had signed the contract so carefully, why did he miss it? How strange it was. After thinking about it, he quickly signed his name and pressed his thumbprint at the place designated by Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing said to Xia Hoyue, "Okay, your procedures have been completed. Return your original ID card. You can make your rush work arrangements first. You must make rush work according to the time requirements of the production staff of the project department, otherwise it will be difficult for me to handle the progress payment and settlement." Xia Hoyue replied seriously, "Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I don't have any other advantages, but I will definitely find a way to overcome the difficulties and complete the things I promised." Zhang Yunqing filled out Xia Hoyue's contract signature form on the computer, printed it out, signed it himself, and handed it to the project manager Zhou Wenqing sitting opposite. After Zhou Wenqing briefly read the contents of the contract signature form, he solemnly signed his name, and then handed the signature form to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, then I will take these documents to Mr. Zhao for signature." Zhou Wenqing agreed, "Okay, then follow up on the subsequent process. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I will take Xia Hoyue to the construction site to implement the work arrangements." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay." Zhang Yunqing brought Xia Hoyue's contract and countersigning form to Zhao Manfu's office. Passing the document to Zhao Manfu asked, "How did this team come about? Have you known it before?" Zhang Yunqing replied honestly, "This team was brought by Mr. Zhou Wenqing. I didn't know this Xia Hoyue before." Zhao Manfu read and reread the contract signature form carefully, then read the contract document several times, and successfully signed his name after 10 minutes. After Zhao Manfu handed the contract document to Zhang Yunqing, he said, "Every team must pay close attention to this and don't let them do anything wrong on the project." Zhang Yunqing replied seriously, "Don't worry, there won't be any big problems in terms of cost." Zhao Manfu said, "You have to remember that if the water is clear, there will be no fish. I am asking you to manage it well, but I am not asking you to control it to death. You must understand it carefully and grasp it carefully." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "Okay. I'm still in a hurry to send the contract documents, so I'll go out first." Zhang Yunqing came to Wang Ming's office for material procurement and asked, "Mr. Wang, I still have an original contract for an emergency garden construction team that needs to be sent to Kyoto. Have you sent the contract here?" "Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? What's wrong? The courier just left my door." "Oh, that's just right. Please call me immediately and ask the courier to come back and send this to Li Jun, the budget manager in Kyoto." Material purchasing Wang Ming took out his phone and called the courier. "Have you gone far?" "No, it's still at the gate of the construction site." "Oh, that's great. Another business has come in. It's also sent to Kyoto. Pick it up at my office." "Okay. Be right back." After Zhang Yunqing saw the material procurement Wang Ming contacted the courier, he handed the contract countersigning form to Wang Ming and arranged, "Send me one copy of the scans, and send another copy to Li Jun, the budget manager in Kyoto." After material procurement Wang Ming took the document, he scanned the contract countersigning form, returned the original to Zhang Yunqing, and sent the scanned copy to Zhang Yunqing and the budget manager Li Jun. After Zhang Yunqing saw the courier coming back, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I asked you to make one more trip." "It's okay. Where are the documents that need to be sent?" "The documents that need to be sent are here, that's all, not many." "Okay. This is the express delivery form. You need to fill in the sender and recipient information according to the prompts on the express delivery form." Zhang Yunqing filled in the information according to the courier's requirements and handed it over to the courier. The courier asked, "Excuse me, is it payable on collect or cash?" Zhang Yunqing agreed, "Of course it is paid in cash. If it is paid on delivery, I am afraid that the order will be refunded in Kyoto." The courier smiled and said, the express fee is 20 yuan. Zhang Yunqing handed the courier 20 yuan and asked, "Do you have an invoice?" The courier replied, "There are too many invoices coming out today and they have been used up long ago." Zhang Yunqing asked, "In that case, I won't be able to reimburse you. This is a bit troublesome. How about your project department apply for a card in the future, so that the invoices can be provided centrally?" "Your suggestion is good, Wang Ming. Remember to tell Finance Tanging about the courier brother's suggestion and ask her to apply for a card from the courier company so that the project department can send couriers in the future." "Well, your question is a good one. I need to explain it to you." "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I really want to hear your opinion. First of all, Bian Jinjia's contract unit price is the unit price for normal bidding. If the work is rushed, the cost will definitely increase. We reported to the company before you came, taking into account the situation that is fair and equitable and in line with the company's interests. Next, we put the increased cost into the method of subsidizing workers who actually work overtime. This document is the overtime subsidy details that the company has signed and approved. Please take a look. Mr. Zhang, I saw that this subsidy plan is acceptable. I can accept this subsidy plan. Secondly, if the company's labor team wants to enter the site for construction, it would normally require bidding to be introduced, but now the project department is faced with the situation that in terms of time, it simply cannot wait to use bidding to determine which team to introduce. That's why the project department was authorized to find its own suitable team that is convenient for management and sign the contract directly. The prerequisite is that the company's conditions must be accepted. One is to use Bian Jinjia's contract unit price, and the other is to implement the contract with Bian Jinjia. An overtime subsidy program for domestic workers. Yes, I understand. So, Boss Xia, do you have any different opinions on the contract? There is no dissent. Have you got your stamp? There is no stamp, and Mr. Zhou knows that. I have always used my personal brand, and I can travel all over the world with one ID card. Okay, then please give me a copy of your original ID card. Here you go, Mr. Zhang, this is my ID card. Okay, you find out the positions of Party B in these contracts, sign your name, use this ink pad, press the thumb print of your right hand, and fill in your bank card number at the end of the contract. Account opening bank information. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Zhang. 10 minutes later, Xia Hoyue signed the contract document, put his thumbprint on it, handed it to Zhang Yunqing, and said nervously, "Mr. Zhang, please help me check it." After Zhang Yunqing took the contract document, he looked through it carefully for a while and found that a signature was missing. He pointed to the missing signature and said, "Here, Boss Xia, please sign your name and fingerprint again." Xia Hoyue thought that he had signed the contract so carefully, why did he miss it? How strange it was. After thinking about it, he quickly signed his name and pressed his thumbprint at the place designated by Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing said to Xia Hoyue, "Okay, your procedures have been completed. Return your original ID card. You can make your rush work arrangements first. You must make rush work according to the time requirements of the production staff of the project department, otherwise it will be difficult for me to handle the progress payment and settlement." Xia Hoyue replied seriously, "Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I don't have any other advantages, but I will definitely find a way to overcome the difficulties and complete the things I promised." Zhang Yunqing filled out Xia Hoyue's contract signature form on the computer, printed it out, signed it himself, and handed it to the project manager Zhou Wenqing sitting opposite. After Zhou Wenqing briefly read the contents of the contract signature form, he solemnly signed his name, and then handed the signature form to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, then I will take these documents to Mr. Zhao for signature." Zhou Wenqing agreed, "Okay, then follow up on the subsequent process. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I will take Xia Hoyue to the construction site to implement the work arrangements." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay." Zhang Yunqing brought Xia Huiyue's contract and countersigning form to Zhao Manfu's office. Passing the document to Zhao Manfu asked, "How did this team come about? Have you known it before?" Zhang Yunqing replied honestly, "This team was brought by Mr. Zhou Wencheng. I didn't know this Xia Huiyue before." Zhao Manfu read and reread the contract signature form carefully, then read the contract document several times, and successfully signed his name after 10 minutes. After Zhao Manfu handed the contract document to Zhang Yunqing, he said, "Every team must pay close attention to this and don't let them do anything wrong on the project." Zhang Yunqing replied seriously, "Don't worry, there won't be any big problems in terms of cost." Zhao Manfu said, "You have to remember that if the water is clear, there will be no fish. I am asking you to manage it well, but I am not asking you to control it to death. You must understand it carefully and grasp it carefully." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "Okay. I'm still in a hurry to send the contract documents, so I'll go out first." Zhang Yunqing came to Wang Ming's office for material procurement and asked, "Mr. Wang, I still have an original contract for an emergency garden construction team that needs to be sent to Kyoto. Have you sent the contract here? Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? What's wrong? The courier just left my door." "Oh, that's just right. Please call me immediately and ask the courier to come back and send this to Li Jun, the budget manager in Kyoto." Material purchasing Wang Ming took out his phone and called the courier. "Have you gone far?" "No, it's still at the gate of the construction site." "Oh, that's great. Another business has come in. It's also sent to Kyoto. Pick it up at my office." "Okay. Be right back." After Zhang Yunqing saw the material procurement Wang Ming contacted the courier, he handed the contract countersigning form to Wang Ming and arranged, "Send me one copy of the scans, and send another copy to Li Jun, the budget manager in Kyoto." After material procurement Wang Ming took the document, he scanned the contract countersigning form, returned the original to Zhang Yunqing, and sent the scanned copy to Zhang Yunqing and the budget manager Li Jun. After Zhang Yunqing saw the courier coming back, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I asked you to make one more trip." "It's okay. Where are the documents that need to be sent?" "The documents that need to be sent are here, that's all, not many." "Okay. This is the express delivery form. You need to fill in the sender and recipient information according to the prompts on the express delivery form." Zhang Yunqing filled in the information according to the courier's requirements and handed it over to the courier. The courier asked, "Excuse me, is it payable on collect or cash?" Zhang Yunqing agreed, "Of course it is paid in cash. If it is paid on delivery, I am afraid that the order will be refunded in Kyoto." The courier smiled and said, "The express fee is 20 yuan. Zhang Yunqing handed the courier 20 yuan and asked, "Do you have an invoice?" The courier replied, "There are too many invoices coming out today and they have been used up long ago." Zhang Yunqing asked, "In that case, I won't be able to reimburse you. This is a bit troublesome. How about your project department apply for a card in the future, so that the invoices can be provided centrally?" "Your suggestion is good, Wang Ming. Remember to tell Finance Tanging about the courier brother's suggestion and ask her to apply for a card from the courier company so that the project department can send couriers in the future." Material procurement Wang Ming agreed, "Mr. Zhang, I left a message on QQ to Finance Tanging and asked her to find a courier company to apply for a courier card in the future." Zhang Yunqing remembered that he still needed to call Li Jun, the person in charge of the budget, so he took out his mobile phone and found Li Jun's phone number in the address book and dialed it. After a few seconds of ringing, the phone was connected. "Hello, Mr. Li." "Hello, Mr. Zhang, what's going on?" "Just now I asked Wang Ming, the material purchaser, to help scan a copy of Xia Huiyue's garden construction contract countersigning document and send it to you on QQ. Have you received it?" "I got it. I see there is no change in the unit price of his contract. His contract unit price is based on the contract unit price of Bien Jinjia of the original garden construction labor team. The part about rushing for work is based on the report to the company. That is to say, how many people actually participated in the rush for work. Cash subsidies will be provided to those workers who actually participated in the job grabbing, so that the original contract unit price will remain unchanged. Okay, I know. Then please help Mr. Lee hurry up and get this contract done. The project department will arrange for him to rush for the work. If he doesn't see the contract signed, Xia Hoyue always seems a little anxious and hesitant. Yes, I understand. After the phone call, I will go and sign the contract. But where is your original contract? The original contract has been sent to you by courier. You will receive it in 2 days. Okay. After Li Jun finished talking to Zhang Yunqing on the phone, he printed out Xia Huyue's garden construction contract co-signing form, signed his name, and then took the co-signing form to Hua Baibai's office. Hua Baibai asked, Li Jun, what's the matter? Mr. Hua, this contract countersign belongs to Xia Huyue, a newly introduced work-rushing team for the Nanshan project. Zhang Yunqing called just now to urge this countersign. He said that Xia Huyue has not seen the contract document now, and he feels a little bit uneasy. I'm a little anxious and hesitant about the work arrangements. I hope that our subsequent processes can be handled faster. So I will print it out and sign it immediately and report to you. Okay, I'll take a look at his contract and sign it right away. Then you can explain the main contents of his contract. The content of his contract is consistent with the original Bien Jinjia contract content and contract unit price. However, the content of his contract clarifies the specific construction area and project volume, and the payment method is also the same as the original Bien Jinjia contract. The content remains consistent. In this case, how do they solve the unit price difference in their rush to work? I also asked about this part. Didn't their project department give the company a report on overtime pay for work grabbing? It solved the problem by distributing cash overtime subsidies to the workers who participated in the work grabbing that night, so all the unit price of labor services remains unchanged from the original contract price. Yes, I understand. I have already signed the agreement. Since it is urgent, I will take this document with you and go to the business department leader, Mr. Song, to sign it for approval. Li Jun, the person in charge of the budget, took the contract signed by Hua Bai and said, Okay, Mr. Hua, I'll go now. Li Jun came to the office of the business unit president with Xia Huyue's garden construction contract countersign. Song Ziyuan, president of the business unit, asked kindly, Xiao Li, what's the matter? Li Jun handed Xia Huyue's garden construction contract signature form to Song Ziyuan and reported carefully, Mr. Song. This is a bill signed by a co-worker of a newly added garden construction rush team in the Nanshan project. His contract document has been signed and fingerprinted by the next party and sent back to me. I expect to receive the original contract in 2 days. However, the project department said that Xia Huyue has not seen the sealed contract and is not very active in arranging rush work, so it urged us to speed up the subsequent approval process. After hearing this, Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit, smiled and said, Xia Huyue's worry is reasonable. He wants to ask for the original contract. Due to mailing, it will definitely take a few days. But our work rush arrangement, we are not allowed to wait for the time to send the original contract. Therefore, we can be more flexible. We will sign the signed contract and show it to the next party without leaving any details for the next party. In this way, the company's requirements are maintained. The internal approval documents are not given to the next party, which also solves the next party's worry about not being able to sign the contract. After finishing speaking, the president of the business unit signed the words, Agree with Song Ziyuan, on Xia Huyue's contract countersigning form, and then handed the signed contract countersigning form to Li Jun, the person in charge of the budget. After taking over the contract signing form signed by the business unit president Song Ziyuan, Li Jun said to the business unit president Song Ziyuan, "Thank you, Mr. Song, I will implement this matter right away." Li Jun left the business unit president's office with Xia Hoyue's contract signature form and quickly returned to his workstation. Li Jun scanned the completed Xia Hoyue contract countersigning document and sent it to Zhang Yunqing on QQ. Then Li Jun took out his phone, found Zhang Yunqing's phone number in the address book, and dialed Zhang Yunqing. Soon Zhang Yunqing answered the phone and asked, "Hello, Mr. Li." "Hello, I sent you Xia Hoyue's contract countersigning form on QQ. Have you seen it?" "I was in a meeting with people from the project department to discuss things, not in front of the computer. After the meeting, I went to receive the file sent by you." "Yes." President of the business unit, Mr. Song knew that Xia Hoyue was worried that the contract could not be signed, so he gave an instruction so that the project department could take a look at the internal contract signing form, and asked him to rest assured and arrange to cooperate with the project department to rush for work, but still we cannot give him this internal contract signature. "Yes. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Li, and Mr. Song." After the phone call, Zhang Yunqing said to Zhou Wenqing, "Mr. Zhou, Li Jun called just now to say that Xia Hoyue's garden construction contract has been signed." Zhou Wenqing replied, "I understand, you first go and inform Xia Hoyue to come to the office to find you, give him some reassurance, and tell him to stop nagging." Zhang Yunqing agreed, "Okay. Then I will go to the office to handle the matter first." After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he walked to his office. Zhang Yunqing found Xia Hoyue's contract countersigning form sent by Li Jun on the computer, printed it out and put it next to him. Zhang Yunqing called Xia Hoyue and said, "Boss Xia, come to my office when you are free. I need to inform you of something important." "Mr. Zhang, I happen to be looking for the project department for something. I just arrived at the door. I will be able to reach your office in 2 minutes. Isn't that fast?" "Huh, great speed, of course great speed." As soon as he hung up the phone, Zhang Yunqing saw Xia Hoyue arriving at the door of his office. Then he greeted warmly, "Boss Xia, please do it quickly." "Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? Why are you so anxious to come to me? I'll give you a surprise. You can sign this contract after looking at it." "Oh, it's so awesome. I've already signed my contract." "Well, yes, the signing has been completed. In your words, isn't it fast?" "Huh, amazing speed, absolutely amazing speed. President Zhou told me just now, let me inform you as soon as possible to give you reassurance. Don't worry about the work arrangements for rushing to work. Don't make the construction party anxious. I'll be fined when the time comes. The order must be paid in real money. Every penny of fine paid means that our profits will be used to fill the hole. I believe that you are a smart person and will not mess with it. You're angry at Fang Jianfang, right? Mr. Zhang, don't worry. Our staff has already arranged to contact you. There will be no hassle. Within 3 days, the staff will definitely be in line with the opinions I communicated with the production department. I will sign a copy of this contract. Well, after all, I don't have the contract documents in my hand now, so it would be safer to get one more procedure. Mr. Xia, you have cooperated with Western architecture once or twice, right? It's not just once or twice, we have been cooperating for many years. Yes, it is calculated on a yearly basis. Since we have been working together for so many years, I don't think there is any need to explain. You all know that this contract signing document is an internal document of our company and will not be given to the next party. Mr. Zhang, I still know this rule. Isn't this a special situation like mine? One more document and one more guarantee. You don't have to talk about it like that. Let me ask you, during the many years of cooperation with the company, has the project department ever let you see our company's internal contract countersigning sheet? Let me think about it carefully. Well, after so many years, don't tell me, I really can't remember when I saw this contract and signed it. The result of this recollection is correct. According to the company's regulations, you will definitely not be shown these documents signed and approved by our company. I know this. But why should I show it to you this time? Do you know? Have no idea. The leader said that he has noticed the sign that you are worried and can be more flexible. The internal contract will be signed for you to take a look at. The purpose is to tell you that the contract has been signed. However, it does take some time to seal and mail it. Please make arrangements for urgent work immediately, and do not delay the opportunity to arrange urgent work because you have not received the original contract. I understand. I'll return it to you. I don't want the contract approval document. However, after the contract is sealed, I need to trouble Mr. Zhang to notify me as soon as possible to pick up the contract document. As soon as I receive the contract documents stamped and returned by the company, I will notify you to come and pick up the contract documents. Okay. Thank you Mr. Zhang for your support. Are there any other instructions? Where did the instructions come from? There's nothing else to do. Just go and do your work. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'm going to go find the production manager to report on the on-site work. After watching Xia Hoyue leave the office, Zhang Yunqing tidied up the desktop of his desk. It was really messy and needed to be tidied up. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yunqing raised his head and said to the door, "Please come in." The door opened and a girl came in and introduced herself. "Hello, leader, I am Li Shixuan. I have made an appointment to come to the project department for an interview today." Zhang Yunqing greeted quickly, "Oh, hello, Xiao Li, please sit down. I'm Zhang Yunqing. I've been waiting for your call." Li Shixuan smiled happily and said, "Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect that I was so lucky. The first office I knocked on was the right one. You're really lucky. There are so many offices and you can choose the right one without having to communicate on the phone." Xiao Li, the company has certain procedures for interviewing budget personnel. The first thing is to do a technical test. This set of papers is a bit special, but you must pass it before you can enter the interview. It must be completed within 30 minutes, it doesn't matter if you haven't completed it, as long as the test results meet the standards, you can take this set of tests first. I will set the alarm now. After half an hour of ringing, you must hand in the paper. Look at me, did you make it clear? Mr. Zhang, let me make it clear. You can set the alarm. About 20 minutes later, Li Shixuan handed the paper to Zhang Yunqing and said, "Mr. Zhang, you have finished, please check." Zhang Yunqing said in surprise, "Oh, you did it so fast." Well, these questions seemed a little weird and different from our usual tests. I finished the questions and checked them again, but I couldn't make any better adjustments, so I handed in the paper. "Okay, just wait a moment and I'll check your results right away." Zhang Yunqing entered Li Shixuan's IQ test paper answers into the designated web page one after another on the computer. He got the conclusion in a few minutes. The score was 109 points. Zhang Yunqing said to Li Shixuan, "Xiao Li, congratulations, you passed the first level. Your score is 109 points. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhang." "Well, you're welcome. Then let's move on to the professional skills interview. Please briefly introduce yourself." "Okay. Mr. Zhang. I graduated with an undergraduate degree 2 years ago. My university was in Nanhai. I have been in Nanhai for about 6 years. I am quite familiar with the geographical environment and customs here." "What's the major?" "Environmental engineering." "What courses should I take?" The general courses include, Fluid Mechanics, Introduction to Civil Engineering, Engineering Quotas and Budget Estimates, Environmental Microbiology, Environmental Analysis and Monitoring, Engineering Mechanics, General Chemistry, Physical Chemistry, Chemical Engineering Principles, Environment and Sustainable Development, Professional English, Auto, CAD, Basic Electrical and Electronic Technology, Water Supply Treatment, Drainage Engineering, Air Pollution Control Engineering, Noise Control Engineering, Solid Waste Treatment, Industrial Wastewater Treatment and many other courses are not necessarily memorized. I also took some professional courses, such as Environment Economics and Management, Environmental Engineering Construction, etc. Well, it's good to be able to remember so many courses. Which course do you think you learned the best? I feel that project quotas and budget estimates are relatively easy and convenient to learn. When learning other courses, there is always a feeling of being obscure and difficult to understand. This feeling is the feeling of needing to do budget work, because I have a strong interest in budget work, and it is easier to accept this knowledge, and I have a certain innate foundation. I also feel that I prefer budget work. Tell me about your previous work. In the 6 months before graduation from school, my internship was as an internal information clerk in a construction unit on a construction site. What kind of professional engineering data clerk is this? It's a housing construction project. I mainly learned how to make the main structural materials. Do you know the specific construction procedures of the main project? I didn't understand it at first. I basically went to the site to look at which part of the body I was working on. I took a camera with me to take more photos. After I got back to the office, I studied it carefully. Did you learn to identify reinforcement diagrams during this process? I learned to read the reinforcement drawings and understood the concrete manifestations of the steel reinforcement atlas on site. It is relatively easy to understand when combined with the actual objects. Okay. Will you change units after graduation? After graduation, I changed units and was no longer in the internship unit. Why? There is no special reason. The original internship unit just gave me an internship opportunity. At that time, they had no shortage of data clerks and budget clerks, and there were no corresponding job opportunities, so I needed to find a job again. What kind of job did you get? Later I found a small gardening and landscape construction company and learned how to budget for gardening and landscape projects. What have you learned about budgeting? I can't explain clearly for a while, but the basic gardening and landscape project budget work, from the beginning of bidding to cost analysis, to cost control during the construction process, to the progress payment declaration, to the visa price group, to the settlement, the main work contents such as document preparation and settlement review have been involved. The only shortcoming is that the contract amounts of the projects are too small, basically several million each, and have never encountered tens of millions. Well, that's good. Have the gardening, greening, water and electricity, steel structure, landscape sketches, and sculptures that are commonly involved in gardening and landscape engineering been covered? It's all involved. That's not bad. What's the reason for leaving? It turns out that the construction company basically has no new project business, and the staff seems to be relatively large. Many production staff have left on their own initiative, so I also propose to resign. How long have you been leaving your job? Left a week ago. So, the handover of work with the original unit has been completed? It's done. Okay, very good. If the deal is settled, when can you come to work? It depends on the company's needs. I have no special requirements. I am currently working at home and can come to work at any time. If that's the case, I hope that after the Human Resources Lee Wenwen has negotiated the salary and benefits with you today, she will come to work tomorrow. Now the work of the budget clerk is seriously lagging behind. I urgently need someone to calculate the project quantities and clear the bids. I don't have a problem, it just depends on the company's opinion. Okay. You fill out this interview information form, and I will fill in the employment approval form for you. Li Shixuan took the interview information form and began to fill it out carefully. Zhang Yunqing filled out all the contents of Li Shixuan's employment approval form, leaving only the salary question blank for Li Wenwen to fill out. Li Shixuan handed the completed interview information form to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing took it and looked at it, then nodded and said, "Yes, yes. I have no questions here. Do you have any questions for me?" "There is none left." "Okay. I'll call Li Wenwen right away to discuss your interview situation. If Li Wenwen doesn't call you within half an hour, you can take the initiative to call her to discuss your salary." "Can. I have nothing to do here. You can go back and prepare to clean up first. If there are no unexpected situations, please come to work tomorrow. The project department starts work at 9 o'clock in the morning. Just get to the project department before this time." "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll leave first. Bye. Let's go slowly, see you tomorrow." After Li Shixuan left the office, scanned Li Shixuan's interview information form, and sent an offline file to Wenwen on QQ, Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, found Li Wenwen's phone number in the address book, dialed it and asked, "Mr. Li, is it convenient to talk now?" Li Wenwen replied calmly, "It's convenient, Mr. Zhang, please tell me." "I sent you Li Shixuan's offline file on QQ, have you read it?" "I'm watching now, tell me." "This person's interview, 1, he passed the IQ test successfully, with a score of 109, which is a relatively good score for a normal person. 2, although her work experience is only a little more than 2 years, her previous job happened to be a budget clerk for landscape engineering, which is highly consistent with our current recruitment requirements. Just match it. What about her specific budget level? Can it meet the current needs of the project department? The budget level is average. After communication and understanding, it can meet the current calculation and price requirements of the project. Have you told her about the salary?" "I didn't talk about salary. There are a lot of things in this area that I don't know clearly. What I told her is that you can negotiate with her." "Okay, salary and benefits, I'll call her later to discuss the implementation. By the way, this Li Shixuan has another advantage. She has been leaving her job for a week now and is staying at home. She also promised that as long as the salary issue is settled, she will be available at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you still need to use your skills. The advantages allow her to come to work in the project department early with peace of mind." "No problem, the rest is up to me. Bye." After Li Wenwen took the initiative to end the call with Zhang Yunqing, she found Li Shixuan's phone number on her interview information form. She entered it one by one with her mobile phone. After saving Li Shixuan's name, she dialed it out. The phone rang several times. Then the call was connected. "Hello, Xiao Li, I am Li Wenwen, a human resource from Western Construction. Is it convenient for you to speak now?" "It's convenient, Mr. Li. I'm walking in the square now. Please tell me." "I just received a call from Zhang Yunqing, and he also sent me your interview information form. The employment department has clearly expressed its satisfaction with you, and hopes that you can arrive at the job at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Work." "Yes, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang said that the budget work on the project is now very numerous and urgent, so I hope I can get to work as soon as possible. I am currently on standby and have the ability to go to work at any time. Conditions of." "That's good. Let's discuss the salary issue. Your original salary is 3,000 yuan per month. In addition to giving you this salary, the project department also has output value awards, collection awards, and settlement awards. The company will also give you by the regular 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. The most important thing is that we are a listed company and there is huge room for growth in the future." "Gong Li, what are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund?" 5 insurances and 1 fund refer to the collective name of several types of security benefits provided by employers to workers. It includes pension insurance, medical insurance, unemployment insurance, work-related injury insurance, maternity insurance, and housing provident fund. Are you clear? It's clear. My original unit was purchased with 5 insurances, but this housing provident fund was indeed not purchased. Well, we also have a communication subsidy. Your standard is 100 yuan per month. The project department also has a meal subsidy of 600 yuan per month. Oh, I see. Then I will ask Zhang Yunqing to fill out your employment approval form and submit it to the company to go through the process. Gong Li, if that's the case, don't worry. I'll think about it again. What's wrong? Is there something missing? There's nothing wrong. I'll think about it again. If you have any questions, just say so. You also know that our project department needs you urgently. If you think about it again, I will be chased by the project department again. I'm embarrassed to say it. If you are embarrassed to say it, if you think the salary is low, just mention it directly. Am I not telling you our company's normal practices? If you have any objections, just say it directly. We can still communicate. Gong Li, although I have been working for 2 years, I have never discussed salary issues, so I don't know what to say. Yes, I understand. The standard I told you is your working years, which is the situation in our company. Have you already negotiated a job intention with other units elsewhere? Well, I now need to make a choice between that one and our Western building. In the industry, choosing Western construction is the best choice. There is no doubt about this. Can you tell me what the monthly salary your candidate unit agrees to offer you? During the interview, they said they could give me 5,000 yuan per month, but they wouldn't buy 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. If your monthly salary is 5,000 and you are not allowed to buy 5 insurances and 1 fund, if you come to our company for 3,000 per month and buy 5 insurance and 1 fund for you, our company will spend more money on you than they will give you. The monthly salary of 5,000 renminbi is more than a lump sum, not to mention that we also have clearly stipulated output value bonus, collection bonus, settlement bonus, and excess gross profit bonus. Colleagues who do well may also receive stock options. Gong Li, if it's stock options, it's not easy for employees at my level to get them, right? You're right. Options need to be raised to a certain level, and they are distributed to a group of outstanding employees every few years. Not every employee has them. Well, I understand. I'll think about calling you back. Don't think about it anymore, there's nothing to think about. As ordinary people, no matter where we go to work, it's just whether we are happy at work and whether the job offers suitable remuneration. As long as these 2 conditions are met, other conditions should they can all be overcome selectively. Xiao Li, within my scope of authority, I can set your salary to a maximum of 4,500 yuan per month before tax, and other subsidies will be available as usual. I also forgot to mention that each employee there is a birthday subsidy every year, which costs 100 yuan, mainly to reflect the company's care and attention to its employees. All right. Then, there is also the issue of the probation period. The contract period signed by a new employee is 3 years, and the probation period is 3 months. The salary during the probation period is paid at 80% of the normal salary. Such a long probation period. Don't worry. If your direct boss is satisfied with your work, you can request to end the probation period early during the 3-month probation period, but the minimum probation period shall not be less than 1 month. Well, it's so complicated, Mr. Li, how about I think about it again? What? Xiao Li, do you want to think about it again? Please, just do it and stop thinking about it. This probation period can really end early. I trust you. Okay, thank you for your trust. Then we have agreed that your pre-tax salary will be 4,500 yuan per month, and other 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, subsidies, and various bonuses will be based on company standards. Then you will go to Zhang Yunqing before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Nanshan project department where I work is on duty. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll do as you ask. I'll go to work on time tomorrow. Okay, welcome to join. When you go to the project department tomorrow morning, you need to bring your original ID card, original graduation certificate, resignation certificate, and physical examination report within the past 3 months. Gong Li, some have it and some don't, what should I do? Bring whatever you have. Okay. After Li Wenwen ended the call with Li Shixuan, she sat down on a chair, stretched out, and exhaled a long breath. This girl actually said she didn't know how to negotiate salary. I believe you. Damn it. Thinking about these words again, I have never met someone who can use them so skillfully in so many careers. It really feels like a boat capsized in the gutter. While I was thinking about it, the phone rang. He picked up the phone, looked at it, and muttered, "Every day, I am getting rushed, and I can't even let anyone take a breath." In just a moment, his face immediately switched to a smiling face. He answered the phone and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? Gong Li, aren't you just testing me? If I have anything else to do with you at this time, wouldn't you just tell me that I didn't get it done? I can't stand the excitement. It's done, but it's a bit difficult. As long as it's done. What causes you to say it's difficult? I haven't heard you say anything is difficult. What's the reason? Xiaoli's qualifications and her corresponding salary standard in the company are 3,000 yuan per month. I directly gave her this condition. But no matter what I said, she had to consider it. Neither rejecting nor approving, it made me very hurt. It's okay. This little injury is nothing to you and can be completely ignored. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In the end, I finally figured it out. There was a place that promised her a salary of 5,000 yuan per month, but she didn't buy 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. In fact, it was the same as our 3,000 yuan per month to buy 5 insurance and money are about the same. I guess it's not the same. At her current age, she may not necessarily pay attention to your purchase of 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, but she will definitely care about the amount of money she can get. I thought so too. Later, I adjusted his salary standard to the top level of her level, 4,500 yuan per month, and she reluctantly agreed to come to work tomorrow. That's all I can help you. Thank you Gong Li for your support. The Nanhai area welcomes Gong Li to guide the work at any time. Don't mess with these nonsense, they all sound weird. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. The budget clerk's matter has been resolved. There is still a business manager who has not been resolved, and it is also very urgent. How is the original Xiao Wang? Is it confirmed? Xiao Wang's situation, based on the specific situation I have communicated with him several times, seems to be quite pessimistic. What's going on? Mr. Li, with his work experience and working years, there is no problem in being a business manager. He has several problems. The first one is that his previous work experience is not a professional match for the position we need now. I don't worry about the mismatch of majors. As long as others come, I will have a way to make them play the role they should have. If they don't know how to do it, they can easily teach it if they have certain work experience. Well, I understand that. He also has a problem. The salary he needs is more than 18,000 before tax. Our company cannot provide such a high salary for the position of business manager. Is the salary too much above the standard? If it is not too much, can it be negotiated? If it exceeds the salary range set by the company leaders will not agree. At the same time, in the process of communicating with him, I can also realize that there are actually more and better choices for him. Yeah, I get it. It's not sweet to be strong. If Xiao Wang can't come, just forget it. Are there any other more suitable people in your resume? There are a few more, and one of them works in your Nanhai area. Let me strengthen contact and see if I can get in touch early and ask him to come to you for an interview. Then you have to give full play to your advantages and try your best. Recruit people as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Li, as long as you find the people to interview, I will figure out the rest. However, you will have to give more green light on wages and standards. After all, most people want to earn more wages. Easy to say, easy to say. As long as it's within the scope of my responsibilities, it must be my duty. Then it's agreed. I hope I can wait for the good news from you soon. Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Li Wenwen and came to Zhao Manfu's office happily. Zhao Manfu, who is good at observing words and expressions, asked Zhang Yunqing, "What's the matter, are you so happy?" "There's good news and there's bad news today." "You want to ask me whether I want to hear the good news or the bad news first?" "My enemy, why are you so smart? How can you still escape my notice with your little trick?" "Huh, you really can't escape. Your Dharma eyes are so powerful. But I still haven't heard your choice. Okay, let's satisfy your curiosity. I choose to hear the bad news first. The bad news is that Xiao Wang came to interview for the position of business manager. Because the expected salary was too different from the salary standard that the company could offer for that position, he decided not to come, so the recruitment of business managers in the past 2 days was considered a failure. If you don't succeed in recruiting someone, it's nothing like a failure. Plus, if he doesn't come, isn't there anyone else coming? That can't be the case. I believe there will still be people coming to interview for the position of commercial director. What's the good news? The good news is that we have finally recruited an estimator, and this estimator is also a professional counterpart. He will be able to help calculate the amount of work we need to clear the bid. It's barely good news. What do you mean by barely good news? I haven't finished speaking yet. Is there anything else going on? Of course there are circumstances. Generally, people who are recruited basically have to wait for a few months before they can actually come to work, right? Yes. Could it be that she can come right away? How smart, I guessed it right again. On what specific day can I come? I just communicated with Li Wenwen on the phone and confirmed that the newly recruited estimator is called Li Xishuan. I interviewed her during the interview in the project department. I think she can help calculate the project quantities. The most critical information is that both parties have already the salary was negotiated, and at the same time she promised me and Li Wenwen that she would go to work in the project department before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Well, that's really good news. After this person arrives, I'm going to ask her to calculate the amount of work we need to clear the bid. Yes, not bad. Mr. Zhao, so we still need to get Li Xishuan's entry approval form signed before she can go through the formal entry process tomorrow. What about her employment approval form? I have filled out a rough outline of her employment approval form before. After filling in her employment salary information, I can sign and approve it. Then you fill it out first. We can't delay things like this. We must avoid long nights and dreams. Okay, then I will complete the Li Xishuan employment approval form now. After Zhang Yunqing came out of Zhao Manfu's office, he quickly returned to his own office. After quickly filling out the contents of Li Xishuan's employment approval form on the computer, he printed out a copy and signed it himself. Then, Zhang Yunqing brought Li Xishuan's employment approval form to Zhou Wenqing's office. Zhou Wenqing asked, "Mr. Zhang, you come to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. I haven't seen you come to my office for a long time. Why are you here today?" Zhang Yunqing agreed with a smile, "It's a good thing, I need you to sign for approval." "Oh, I haven't heard anything good for a long time. Please tell me what good thing it is." "What a good thing, you will know after reading this approval form." "Oh, show me what form you got." It was just confirmed today that the recruited budget clerk is named Li Xishuan. She has already negotiated the salary issue with Li Wenwen of the company, and promised to come to the project department to work tomorrow morning. Oh, this came at a good time. Yes, I have been here for so many days and have always been a polished commander. The workload is too heavy and there are too many trivial matters, which makes me quite helpless. Now that Li Xishuan has come, she can at least help calculate the amount of work to clear the bid. I've read it, and there's nothing wrong with her resume. I don't care about the salary, as long as Li Wenwen from the Human Resources Department takes care of it so that everyone can live well. Okay, if there is no problem, please sign. I still need to go to the office of Zhao Manfu, the person in charge of the area, to ask Mr. Zhao to sign. Mr. Zhang, don't worry. It's hard for you to recruit people. Of course I fully support it. Come on, here it is. It's already signed. You can quickly go to Mr. Zhao to sign it. Okay, I'll go now. After Zhang Yunqing took Li Xishuan's employment approval form from Zhou Wenqing, he quickly left Zhou Wenqing's office and soon arrived at Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked with a smile, Mr. Zhang, you are here so soon. Of course it has to come as soon as possible. If anyone is not satisfied with the process and no one signs it, it will be difficult to go through the formalities. Well, since you are in such a hurry, please give me the documents that need to be signed and approved quickly. Well, here you go, Mr. Zhao. This is the entry approval form for the newly recruited budget officer Li Xishuan. Please approve it. Yeah. Wait a minute, okay, I'm done reading. Pass me your signature pen. This is a signature pen. I carry it with me. Please approve it, Mr. Zhao. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Zhao Manfu to sign, he quickly took the documents away. After returning to the office, I immediately scanned a copy of Li Xishuan's employment approval form, and then sent the offline file to Li Wenwen of Human Resources on QQ. Then, Zhang Yunqing called Li Wenwen of the Human Resources Department and reported the report. Gong Li, look, I have sent you Li Xishuan's entry approval form. Please help me with the subsequent process. Others promise to come to work tomorrow, and finally it's good that we can complete the approval of her entry approval form today. I'll do my best to avoid unnecessary complications. Li Wenwen laughed and said, Gong Zhang, don't worry. After you have worked to this extent, you just need to ask the leaders to sign. Believe me, we will definitely win. I will print it out immediately and ask the leaders for approval to give you reassurance. Zhang Yunqing joked, I've been waiting for you to give me some reassurance. Please hurry up. No matter how fast it is, it's just to do it right away. That's it. We have to do business first. Goodbye. Bye-bye. After Li Wenwen ended her phone call with Zhang Yunqing, she immediately printed out Li Xishuan's employment approval form, signed her name in a formal manner, and then walked to Hua Baibai's office with Li Xishuan's employment approval form. Some people were having a meeting in Hua Baibai's office, so Li Wenwen had to stand and wait outside the office. Half an hour passed in a flash. The office door that took 100 years to open finally opened. A group of people filed out of Hua 100 Years office. After they all come out, Li Wenwen hurriedly walked in, handed Li Xishuan's employment approval form to Hua Baibai, and asked for instructions. Mr. Hua, this Li Xishuan was interviewed for cost technical work by Zhang Yunqing of the Nanshan project. This person has been doing budgeting in the garden landscape industry. I have been working for more than 2 years and have certain practical experience. IQ was also tested. Hearing Zhang Yunqing say that the result of the IQ test was pretty good, with a score of 109, he was quite satisfied. After hearing this, Hua Baibai asked, Oh, I have work experience and the IQ test value is also good, so this is a good seedling. Tell Zhang Yunqing that this person should be trained well and strive to cultivate more talents for the company. Who will train him in the future? The area with the best talent will be assigned to whomever. Okay, Mr. Hua, I will definitely convey this guidance of yours to Zhang Yunqing. If the conditions are met, is there any time when I can arrive at work? As I said, as long as our company allows her to come to work, she will be able to work tomorrow. What about the salary situation? The salary is set at 4,500 before tax. Is the salary set a bit high? It doesn't matter. After all, we need people very urgently now. There is nothing we can do about it. Well, okay. No worries then. You need me to sign her employment approval form, right? Yes, Mr. Hua, what I just gave you is Li Shishuan's employment approval form. Please approve it. Okay, I'll sign the approval now. Thank you for your hard work, Wenwen. This is my job, as it should be. Thank you, Mr. Hua, then I'll go to the business unit president to sign it. Okay, hurry up and go, Mr. Song will have another meeting to hold in a few minutes. Okay, then I'll run over right away. Li Wenwen took Li Shishuan's employment approval form and quickly ran to Song Ziyuan's office. Song Ziyuan saw that Li Wenwen was running over. He quickly stood up and asked, "What's the matter? You're so anxious." After Li Wenwen handed Li Shishuan's employment approval form to Song Ziyuan, she gasped and explained, "When I went to Mr. Hua's office just now to ask him to sign Li Shishuan's employment approval form, he said that Mr. Song was going to have a meeting in a few minutes. I was asked to come quickly, so I came here because I was afraid that it would delay this matter and affect the project's employment." After hearing this, Song Ziyuan praised, "Wenwen is serious and responsible in her work, and the business department needs people like you. I have already signed and approved Li Shishuan's entry approval form. You go and inform her to arrive at work early." Li Wenwen took a breath, her tone finally returned to calmness, and she replied calmly, "Okay, thank you Mr. Song, I will inform you right away." After Li Wenwen came out of Song Ziyuan's office, she numbered Li Shishuan's entry approval form and put it into the file box of the entry approval form for business department personnel. Then he picked up the phone and called Zhang Yunqing and said, "Sorry, Mr. Zhang. What happened?" "Mr. Li, don't scare me. I'm not in good spirits during this period. If you scare me, no one will do the work on the project, but it's your turn. After I signed Li Shishuan's employment approval form, I went to Mr. Hua to sign it. As it turned out, Mr. Hua was in a meeting, so I had to wait there." "You can't be so. Wait until Mr. Hua is still in a meeting." "That's not true. I waited outside Mr. Hua's office for at least half an hour before their meeting ended." "After the meeting, won't it be settled by asking Mr. Hua to sign it?" "You made it simple. After I handed the form to Mr. Hua looked at it for more than 10 minutes. Are you bragging? Mr. Hua can't look at that list for more than 2 minutes at most. Otherwise, he would just read documents every day and not be able to do anything. Don't be anxious. Mr. Hua is finding fault and says that the salary is too high and he can't sign. No, Engineer Li, the project department has to report to the business department every day. Now the project department is sending people. Important things may have been mentioned more than 30 times, and it has been recruiting for so long. When I recruit people, I am almost overwhelmed by the work, and the business department is still worrying about these small things. Then what should you do in this situation now, Mr. Zhang? What should we do? Liang Ban. I'll go find Mr. Zhao, and ask Mr. Zhao to go to Mr. Song to coordinate. This is a way. However, if I follow the method you said, it may be more complicated. Otherwise, just be calm and wait for a while. I'll wait and see when Mr. Hua feels better. How about I ask him to reconsider? I think it's okay, then I'll bother you." Li Wenwen quickly ended the call with Zhang Yunqing and thought to herself, "I originally wanted to make a joke, but now something has happened. Forget it, I'll call Li Shishuan again to tell her about her employment. It depends on the approval status." Just do it. Li Wenwen picked up the phone, found Li Shishuan's phone number in the address book, and dialed Li Shishuan. The phone rang once and was connected. Li Shishuan's voice came from the phone and asked, "Hello, Li Gong, what's the matter?" Li Wenwen said happily, "Xiao Li, I have good news for you. Your entry approval form has now completed all the internal approval processes within the company. You must report to the project department office early tomorrow. Don't be late." "Gong Li, don't worry, I will arrive at the project department's office before 9 o'clock, the working time set by the project department." "Okay." If you have any questions about manpower in the future, you can consult me at any time. Goodbye. After Li Wenwen ended her phone call with Li Shixuan, she sat in her seat for a while. After she felt more relaxed, she picked up the phone again. After finding Zhang Yunqing through the call records, she dialed and said, "I have some good news for you." "Oh, what's the good news, Mr. Li, please tell me." "I went to Mr. Hua to explain Li Shixuan's situation. He has agreed to Li Shixuan's employment and signed her employment approval form." "Oh, that's indeed good news. Thank you for your support." "It doesn't matter, this is what it should be." "Then who else needs to sign later?" "The president of the business unit still needs to sign later, but Mr. Song happened to come to Mr. Hua 100 Years office, so Mr. Song's signature was also signed." "Well, according to what you say, the company has approved all of Li Shixuan's employment approval form?" "Yes, that's what it means." "Okay, remember to hire a business manager quickly." "I know, I'll do it as soon as possible, bye." "Bye-bye." After Zhang Yunqing and Li Wenwen finished talking on the phone, they came to Zhao Manfu's office and said happily, "Mr. Zhao, this Li Wenwen is still okay. He just called me to tell me that the approval process for Li Shixuan's entry approval form has been completed. Yes, there is no doubt about Li Shixuan's appointment tomorrow." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "Okay, after she comes, you have to arrange the work well, make full use of the limited human resources, straighten out the business work of the project as soon as possible, and get on the normal track as soon as possible." "No problem, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I will think carefully about how to arrange the business work. Besides, if there is something difficult to handle, I can still come and ask for your support." "Yes, just being able to do a good job is not a good thing. You must make full use of the resources around you and ensure that you can complete all urgent and important work of the project department to the greatest extent. Only then can you be considered a master in the true sense." "Job done." "Okay, I will definitely pay attention to those urgent and important tasks at work, and I will ask for more instructions and report more." "Okay. Just a little bit. It's clicked, but it's not clear. Aren't you waiting to be criticized?" "That seems to be the truth." The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, Nanshan Project Department, Zhang Yunqing's office. Zhang Yunqing was looking through the bidding drawings of the Nanshan project and there was a knock on the door. He habitually replied, "Please come in." The door opened and Li Shixuan came in. Li Shixuan said politely, "Good morning, Mr. Zhang." After hearing the sound, Zhang Yunqing raised his head and agreed, "Morning. Shaoli, are you here so early?" Li Shixuan replied sheepishly, "Isn't this the first day of work? I was afraid it wouldn't be good to be late, so I came a little early." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "Well, you are right to come early. Thank you for your hard work. You can leave your luggage in the office first, and when it is working time, let the project finance Tang Ying take you to the dormitory arranged for you." "Okay. Gong Li, I told you that when new employees join the company, they need to bring the original ID card, original graduation certificate, resignation certificate, and physical examination report within the past 3 months. Do you have these documents?" "I told you. But I only have the original ID card and the original graduation certificate, but not the other 2 documents." "It doesn't matter. Show me the originals you have." "Well, this is the original ID card, and this is the original graduation certificate." "Okay, no problem. Put the originals away. The photocopier is here. Do you know how to use it?" "Let me see, it works." "Okay, please make a copy of your ID card and graduation certificate for me to keep as a record." "Okay, Mr. Zhang. I can make copies right away. The copy is ready. Here it is, Mr. Zhang. Where will I work in the future?" "You can make the desk at the entrance of the office. You can use the desktop computer. It was the computer used by the original business manager Jiang Taoren. Get familiar with the computer, scanner, and printer. Make sure the equipment can be used normally. Okay. Mr. Zhang. About 20 minutes later, Li Shixuan said to Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, the computer has been debugged. It can print, scan, and surf the internet. The QQ software can also be used. Okay. Add my QQ number XXXX. Then scan your original ID card and original diploma and send them to me. Remember to adjust the resolution to a higher level when scanning. I've added you on QQ, Mr. Zhang, please let me know. Already passed. The original ID card and graduation certificate have been scanned and sent to you as QQ offline files. Please check them, Mr. Zhang. Okay, I've received the scanned copy. I need to forward these 2 scanned copies to the Human Resources Engineer Li in the business department. By the way, regarding your salary card, did Li ask you to provide your bank card? No, Mr. Li has not mentioned salary cards in his current communication. It's possible that the company will use your ID card to apply for a salary card. Can. By the way, it's already time to go to work. Come with me to the finance office. Good. Zhang Yunqing and Li Shixuan came to the finance room together. Zhang Yunqing said to Finance Tang Ying, let me introduce, this is Li Shixuan, a new employee from the Ministry of Commerce, who will be the budget officer of the project department in the future. This is Finance Tang Ying from the project department. Hello. Welcome to Western Architecture. Hello, thank you, and please take good care of me in the future. You're welcome. If you need help, just ask. Xiao Tang, I discussed with Mr. Zhou, the project manager, yesterday. The new budget clerk Li Shixuan lives in the same dormitory with you. Her luggage is still in the office. Please take her to settle down first. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I will take Mr. Li to the dormitory to familiarize himself with the environment now.